are Team Atlas from, we just spoke to some of their team members, the go-kart centre in Thessaloniki. So Team Atlas, I think, are probably one of the surprise packages of the race so far, as well as Presvetaci, the interceptors from Croatia, who are in 8th position, although they're in the pit lane right now. They will drop back down the order, but still a very good performance. The leading French team are the Joker team, and that they are in 9th position. Poisson's Kart 1 round out the top 10. Then it's Red Racing Spirit. Hoonigan Racing have slipped back a little bit. They're back into 12th, ahead of Euro Racing ASD. And then in 14th and 15th place overall, another really significant battle between the team number 27, Red Racing, and the 28th team, PS&A Advogados. They both made 7 pit stops. They're separated by just 3 seconds. And they are on course to potentially take over the lead of this race when the pit stop strategy plays itself out. Can I remind everybody, each team must make a minimum of 15 pit stops, and those pit stops must be a minimum of 2 minutes 30 seconds. But as the clock winds down in 3, 2, 1, 0, we are at half distance here at the Slovakia ring, about 30 kilometers outside of Slovakia's capital city of Bratislava. Half distance. So PF Racing, Damuso Darenson and Cafe Racing have got to make 10 pit stops in the next 6 hours. On the flip side of the coin, Team Karthala Vitlik have only got to make 7 pit stops, and Young and Wild, down in 37th position, they only have to make 6 pit stops. So watch now. Half distance. Mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Young and Wild are in 37th position. They're the local team here. They are 8 laps off the lead, but they have made 9 pit stops, 4 more than the race leaders. Each pit stop must be 2 minutes and 30 seconds. They can make 1 pit stop per hour. They will just be smashing their way, not smashing their way up, we're not allowed to say that, it's a non-contact sport. They will be cruising up the order in the second half of this race. They and Playkart, who are a lap behind Young and Wild in Team 24. We spoke to one of the Playkart drivers earlier on. They are on course to really make an impact during the second half of this race. Watch for Team 35, Young and Wild, and Team 24, Playkart, to be making a big statement during the second half of this race. Now, I'm having a little look out on the balcony, see if we've got any other potential drivers that are going to be interviewed. Don't think we do right now. We will try and get as many interviews as possible for you as the racing progresses. Half distance, though, we've had 7 different leaders, 14 different lead changes. Boris Bouvier leads for PFV. Chasing him is the number 36 car at the moment. It's Vika Schiltz. And Vika Schiltz Vika Schiltz has just set PF Racing's fastest lap of the entire race. We've completed 290 laps, 1 minute 11.238 seconds. And so the gap is going to be coming down. Completed 295 laps now. And the gap has come down from 19 seconds to 17.23 seconds. So we'll go back to live track action. That's the full classification at the halfway point of this race. PFV lead by 17 seconds. Damuso Darenson running third, just 38 seconds off the lead. Those three teams are now 2 laps in front of Croatia Racing. So Croatia Racing have made their way back into 4th position. Cafe Racing, you can see there on that graphic on your screen is now a little bit out of date, so can come down. And Cafe Racing have pitted, they've dropped to 9th position. So Boris Bouvier, cart number 18, try and find him out on the circuit for you. But Vika Schiltz now within 16.98 seconds behind the race leader. And another 1 minute 11.1 for PF Racing. So another personal best lap last time around for PF Racing. And still potentially could pass him during this stint if things go to plan. A little bit further back down the order. Well, Atlas are now up into 6th position. And there's just 1 second between Croatia Racing and PK16 Racing. That's the battle for the best placed team that have done 6 pit stops. And PK16 Racing coming in for their 7th pit stop a lot sooner than Croatia Racing. But don't count out the French team. PK16 Racing, don't count them out either. So we'll have a little look out on the balcony to see who we can find out on circuit. Filippo Leo is the driver who is in the Damuso Darenson's driver at the moment. There's a look going through turn number 1, but it's cart number 18, your race leader at the moment. So 8 minutes into the second half of this race. Waiting to see PFE I think coming around the first hairpin now. Driver with a green race suit, the yellow arms on his race suit. He is your race leader. Team 18, they come up the straight through turn 5. Now braking for turn number 6. But PF Racing, cart number 36. I will look back to see the number 36 cart if I can. And I think they have just gone into turn number 6 now. We'll check them as they cross the line. So, race leader, cart number 18, crosses the line. Wait for it, wait for it. Wait for it, cross the line now. Race leader, cart number 18. Now we wait for 16 seconds to see cart number 36 coming up to the line. And there is cart number 36, the driver with the gold crash helmet on, Vika Schiltz. And then another 21 seconds further back is the Damuso Dad and Son team. So watching as we hit the 300 lap mark. 300 laps. And the one battle that we should be watching, it's the battle between kart 28 and kart 27. I will try and see where they are. They're coming towards the end of the lap now. Kart 28, PS&A Avogados and Red Racing. I think they are going to be battling for a much higher position. There goes PSA across the line. Red Racing right behind them. That's Sodi behind the wheel. They've actually got the overall race leader not far behind them, but Red Racing and PS&A Avogados, they've actually got a little bit more pace behind them at the moment. The leaders, well, PSA, they're coming through turn number 6 now. Going into turn number 7, there's 4 karts in front of them. Red Racing trying to get their heads down. Meanwhile, the race leader, Boris Bouvier for the PF Racing team, is closing in. He's now just 15 seconds behind. Could we have our 15th lead change? So we'll have a little look, see if we can pick them up on our screens. The race leader is, there's a pack of karts. Where is our race leader on track? Let's see if we can find him. The Greek air horns go off. Team Atlas getting an awful lot of support up here on the balcony. There goes the second place team across the start finish line now. So the race leader is coming up to turn number 4. The race leader coming up to turn number 4 now. And we're watching at turn 3 on the screens. Croatia karting. They've just been passed by the number 12 team. Gary Gallant has got the bit between his teeth, but he is due to make a pit stop very soon. That'll be his 7th pit stop. There's a drive. Oh, the drive with a Jean Alesi style crash helmet on. Full marks to you, sir. That is team number 40. That would be the Demuso Racing team. Paglieri, Riccardo Francesco Cotorrea and Alessio Lucchesi. Full marks for the tribute crash helmet. There's that Jean Alesi style crash helmet. Oh, very good, very good. Nice retro style crash helmet. I can't believe I'm calling Jean Alesi retro. Seems about 5 minutes ago that he was still racing in Formula One. And of course, then you remember it was actually 20 years ago. He was still racing in Formula One. And then you feel very, very old. There is the number 4 kart. That is the kart of Blitz Racing. That's the team from Lebanon. They're down in 40th position now at the moment. And we're following, let's have a look now, going up to the next corner. That is our Lebanese team. Marvelous Marv, the team manager from Blitz Racing, overseeing their biggest endurance race. It's they sort of formed and now racing. There he is, going into behind the wheel at the moment. That is Alberto Shebli. You were just watching on your screens very briefly, but it is Boris Bouvier leading for PFE, but only now by 14 seconds. It's another blistering lap from Mr. Schelt, Vika Schultz from PF Racing. PF Racing now broken their fastest lap, a 1 minute 11.075. Gary Gallant pits for team number 12. Team number 12, the PK Passion Karting 16 racing team. So Gary Gallant into the pit lane. That will bring Croatia Racing up into the top 4. It'll bring Atlas into 5th position. So the Greek team move back into the top 5. And we watch for we had a pit stop for. No, we haven't had a pit stop for Red Racing, but PSNA Advogados have passed Hoonigan Racing on track, so keep an eye out for that battle. PSNA Advogados in cart number 28, the dry bright blue race suit on, trying to pick them up on our scoring monitors. He is on the first sector of this lap, so turns 3 and 4 is where he is. He's just passed cart 41 Hoonigan Racing, and now he has got Red Racing, cart number 27, closing in. They both made 7 pit stops. Now, PK16 Racing are making their 7th pit stop. Let's see where they emerge when they're back on, well, not the same strategy, but the same number of stops. Now, on the timing to the left-hand side of your screen, next to the drivers, it's got a little bracket with a number, for it to change again. That is how long each driver, the driver question, has done during the race. There are minimum maximum driving times for team member. Now, with the gold crash helmet, there is the fastest driver on circuit. That is Vika Schiltz for PF Karting. Comes through turn number 11 into 12. He is closing on the race leader. He was 17 seconds behind at the halfway point. He's now 13 seconds behind. Race leader goes through turn number 1. Gold crash helmet, there he goes, hot on PFV's heels. It's Vika Schultz. He's been 1 hour and 30 minutes behind the wheel. Exactly the same amount of driving time that Boris Booby has done. Has to get a bit of shuffle on, I have to say, because Vika Schultz is closing hand over fist. There is Schultz just picking them up, picking them down. Easy work of this lap cart going into turn number 6. Oh, no, he doesn't. Oh, he has to get his elbows out a little bit. That driver of cart number 5, that was Matteo Russo for the grip kart team. And Matteo Russo just getting sort of shown the outside line. And, well, I have to say, Mr. Schultz is on a bit of a mission. There is your race leader. No, that's sorry, that's your second place car. Now, driver behind Team 5 with the black and yellow race suit, the white crash helmet. That is, try and see, that was Grigory Zigan in cart number 25. Grigory Zigan driving for the NSS racing team. Now, they were up in the top 10. They've dropped back to 25th place at the moment. Young and Wild, we tried to track their progress. They've made more pit stops than anybody else. Well, they were 37th at the halfway point. They're now 35th. So 5 hours, 41 minutes to go. This is a WFR Live TV production of the Sodi World Series International Finals. We are just over the halfway point of a 12-hour endurance race. And we'll be back. A few short words from our sponsors. Please don't be on Motorsport. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While we've been away, the race lead, when we left you to go to commercial break, the race lead stood at 14 seconds. It's now down to 12 seconds as we go on to lap 312. And once again, Vida Schultz, this is an absolutely superb stint for Vika Schultz. We'll look for there he goes through your screen at turn number 1. In second place. He's the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment. Now, when we went to commercial break, PK16 Racing were making their 7th pit stop. They have emerged about half a minute behind PSNA Advogados and Red Racing. PSNA Advogados have gained 8 seconds on Red Racing. So of the teams that have done 7 pit stops, it's now the number 28 team. Try and capture that driver as they come through this camera at turn number 1. We'll try and see where they are. Well, we'll catch up now. We're looking at some of the carts on circuit. There is cart number 5. That is the team. They are cart 5. That's the grip cart team. They are in 16th position at the moment, and they are chasing the number 40 team, which is the Demuso Racing team, and they are battling for 15th position. Atlas, the Greek team, have made their 7th pit stop, and they have dropped back to 14th position. Now behind Grip Cart, let's have a little look to see what number that is behind Grip Cart. Oh. We'll catch them a little bit later round the lap. Let's have a little look. Coming out of things, the driver with the black race suit and the yellow back on his race. It's one of the Ukrainian teams. That is team number 25. That is NFS ASS Racing, and that is Georgi Zvyagin behind the wheel. And Mr. Zvyagin, trying to make his way past Grip Cart and NFS ASS Racing. They are down in 24th position, so there's a lap difference between them, but on pace, NFS ASS Racing are not currently quicker, and that's the beauty of endurance racing. The carts have all got to be the same, the carts have all got to weigh the same, but of course every driver is either slightly quicker or slower than every other driver. Once again, can I remind you, every team must make 15 pit stops. Each pit stop must be a minimum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Here comes NFS, the Need for Speed ASS Racing team, and he is going to get caught. Who's that trying to make their way into the proceedings in the Sodi kart race suit? We'll check next time around who that is. The Demuso Racing Team Pit. So that will free up Need for Speed ASS Racing. They've got the driver bearing down on them. Now let's pick up a couple more carts so we can see on screen at the moment. Coming out of turn 14, the cart there. That's the light blue race suit. That is one of the Croatia Racing Team carts, and as you can see, Grip Cart now move into 15th position as Croatia Racing, Joker Racing, the Puissance team come across the line now. There's 2 carts battling over 5th position, 2 French drivers. And let's have a look. Is this Joker Racing? Well, this is... We'll check the numbers on the carts when we can. But Joker Racing and Puissance Racing, side by side is that. Coming into turn number 6. Try and get number checks on those carts. They head around through turn number 8, side by side. We're over 6 hours in. Every position counts. It is the number 2 team battling away there. That's Amari Maduro. So that's the Bushiri kart racing. So there's our team from Aruba on screen at the moment. It is Bushiri Top Gun Racing. Now they're actually last at the moment in 44th position. They're battling away with kart number 34. And that is the Anubi Racing team, who are 17th overall. But the driver, that is Amaro Maduro, is just as quick as Matteo Derolt, who is driving for Anubi Racing. And the lead gap is down to 10 seconds. With Demuso Dad and Son now 36 seconds behind, but Demuso Dad and Son will be making their 6th pit stop very soon. Good battle between number 1, Joker Racing, and number 11, Puissance Kart 1. They are halfway round the lap at the moment, the number 1 kart and the number 11 kart. They are literally no sell. There's Creatia Racing, the back of this group, in kart. I think that's the number 15 kart. No, or is it the Creatia Endurance? It's the Creatia Endurance team in kart number 17. But the best battle on circuit for position is for 5th place at the moment, and they line now. So we'll watch for the 2 karts no still crossing the line. There they are. So now here's battle going through turn number 1 for 5th position. Team number 1, the Joker team. Team number 11, Puissance Racing. Puissance Racing? Chicken race. That's a pousson. A pousson is a small chicken in French. This is Puissance Racing, not small chicken racing. My French translations not always the most reliable, shall we say? But they are battling for 5th position. And there's the number 17 team, the Creatia Endurance team. They have, they're running in 4th place. It's down, so that's the Creatia, Javier Garrido. So it's kart number 17. So we're looking at the team running 4th overall. They are a lap ahead of the team 5th. The team battling for 5th, Joker and Puissance Kart 1 across the line now. Going through our screens now, back to battle for 5th and 6th position. Alexandra Berard, the Red Spirit Racing kart, number 10, only 7 seconds behind them. Closing in on them. There goes Red Spirit Racing kart. A couple of these numbers coming out of turn number 3. Here we go. That is number 14 team on our screens. That is the that's Mauro Varotto, the Sun Life Racing team. There goes Mr. Garrido at the inside of team number 13. And Garrido is a 1 minute 11.485 last time around for Garrido. A 1 minute 11.0 for PF Racing. We've had 14 lead changes in the first half of this race. Are we going to see the first lead change in the second half of the race? Well, the gap PF Racing have halved the gap to the race leader in the last 30 minutes. And I think they've got about 25 minutes to go in this stint before they make another pit stop. Although the pit stop's going to have to come quicker and quicker. There's the number 31 kart on screen. That is the Buro 11 NFS team. Now, Buro 11 NFS, they were the first team to have a 5-lap penalty, and they are down in 41st position, but they've made 8 pit stops. And Kirill Martolog is behind the wheel of the Buro karting team, kart number 31. Here he is. And they're in 41st position. And as you can see, they're very quick. They've got the number 10 team right behind them. That's Red Spirit Racing. Red Spirit Racing are trying to catch the battle for 5th position between number 1 Joker team and number 11 Anthony Mio, the Poussant Racing team. Boris Bouvier's lead is shrinking lap by lap. Last time around, quicker than Bouvier. And Boris Bouvier is a very, very quick pilot indeed. Now, two very brightly coloured. There's another battle. That's the number 30 kart. That is, we spoke to that driver earlier on. That is Presretaci, which is Croatian for the Interceptors. So there is the number 30 kart. And we spoke to, which member of Presretaci? We spoke to Filip Begovic earlier on. That is Filip on the track right now, I believe. So Filip Begovic there has got to get his foot down. He races with his dad. His dad is Mirsad Begovic. And Filip did say he's a bit quicker than his dad. Well, time to prove it, Filip. Camera's watching you as he is chasing. Drive with that. That's the number 15 car that he is chasing. And that's the karting team Atomic. So Presretaci are 19th at the moment, having made 6 pit stops. The team they're battling with, karting team Atomic, they have made 8 pit stops and they're in 30th position. 8 laps down. Presretaci are, how many laps behind our team 30? They are 5 laps behind the race leaders. And Damuso Darenson from 3rd position are now in pits as the gap between PFV and PF Karting shrinks to 7.6 seconds now. With 321 laps in the books, we've got 5 hours and 25 minutes of racing to go. I'm going to go and see if we have a potential interview victim out on the grandstand area. No victim to be seen just yet. So we will continue to follow the battles on track. Pretty soon, there is now. Pretty soon we're going to have to start looking for the battle for the race lead. It's been a very, very entertaining 12-hour endurance so far. And let's see, Damuso, Dad and Son, they have been in the pits for 2 minutes 22, 2 minutes 23. I'm just watching to see if they come out. 2 minutes 30 they've got to be in. And they come out in 2 minutes 31 seconds. So good pit stop there. Elio Lucchesi is behind the wheel, but the Croatia Racing team are now ahead of them, but only by 1.8 seconds. So we'll look for that battle. That's the battle for 3rd place. So Damuso were 3rd, and they were 30 seconds behind the race leader. They make their pit stop. They come out 1.8 seconds behind the Croatia Racing. So I think, well, that tells me that PFV and PF Racing, when they make their 6th pit stops, they will still be ahead of Croatia Racing. Joker Team and Puissance Kart 1 are a lap behind Damuso Darenson, but they have also made 6. They're a lap off what is effectively the lead of this race. They're still a lap behind the lead of this race. I'm looking down now. PSNA and Vogatos, They are, well, they are up to 9th position, and they have made 7 pit stops. So PSA and Avogados, they're looking really, really good, I have to say. They have pulled a big gap on Michele Sodi for Red Racing. Sodi not having a great stint, it must be said. And Red Racing, who were effectively leading the race, even though they weren't leading the race, if you catch my drift, they were leading the race with pit stop strategies taken into account. They are now almost a lap behind on strategy to Ruben Conchesau, who is doing a sterling job behind the wheel of cart number 28. Red Racing Spirit are closing in on Joker Team and Pushin's Kart 1, who are still neck and neck. Joker Team, cart number 1, have just set their new fastest lap of the race. Now, is this our race leader on camera? Cart number 18 from PFV? I believe it is. Yes, it is. So, here's our race leader coming into turn number 6 now. And just 6.7 seconds behind them is the PF Racing cart. So there's Boris Bouvier. Boris Bouvier's been on track for 47 minutes in this stint so far. PF Racing. Still closing in. 5 hours, 21 minutes to go. So PFV, 6.3 seconds in front. We're watching the race leader on our screens now. Bouvier, Vika Schiltz closing in. There's traffic in front. That looks like one of the play kart teams, one of the Swiss teams. So there's a bit of traffic for Bouvier to negotiate out of turn number 8 through turn number 9 on that Sodi kart chassis. Reliable 4-stroke units attached to a very durable and quick Sodi kart chassis. So I think that PF Racing are in some traffic at the moment. The leader comes out of turn number 14 onto the start-finish line. And now we'll look behind. There's a driver with a bright gold, a shiny gold crash helmet. That's Vika Schiltz. Or Schultz. And he is now, let's have a little look at the gap. Still coming down. It's now less than 6 seconds. Vika Schiltz within 6 seconds. Let's wait. Let's crash helmet. There, not behind these 3. Wait for it. There he is. There's Schultz. You can see his the white name across the back of his blue race suit. That is the gap between the 2 race leaders after what is 6 hours and 40 minutes of racing. Incredible. We're on lap 327 and just 6 seconds separate the top 2, and there are several other teams not battling for the lead on the track that are actually, if not alongside these 2 teams, but actually ahead of them on pit stop strategies. Now, Young and Wild, an update on team number 35, the Slovakian-based team. They have made more pit stops than anybody else. They were 37th at the halfway point of the race. And they have made, let's have a look, they're 31st overall now. They're 9 laps down, but they've made 9 pit stops compared to the 5 pit stops being made by the 2 leaders. There's Red Racing. Michele Sodi with a white crash helmet. And behind Sodi, is that the Red Racing Spirit team or is that Hoonigan Racing? I think that might be Hoonigan Racing. But here is Victor Schultz. So he's got to get past two very quick carts here at the moment. And he's got the team from number 35, Young and Wild, right behind him. So Young and Wild, they've gained 6 places in last 40 minutes. They're going to gain more and more places because they only have 6 more pit stops to make. PFV and PF Racing have 10 pit stops to make. The number 41 car, Hoonigan Racing, pushing Red Racing down the start-finish line. And Vika Schultz is going to have to try and get past these 2 drivers. Hoonigan Racing, last time around, Hoonigan Racing, cart number 41, they did a 1 minute 11.7. And the gap is still coming down, however. But Schultz is going to have to make a move. Schultz is going to have to make the move. Here he goes, up the inside of Hoonigan Racing. There goes Vika Schultz. Now he's got to get past Michele Shuadi. Into turn number 6. He's not close enough to make a move there. You can almost sense the leader just around the next corner. Here comes Schultz again. Shuadi. Is Shuadi pitting? No. Now Schultz makes the move going into turn number 10. Has that extended the lead for PFV? It was 5.057. Well, Schultz has just done a 1 minute 10.940. PFV a 1 minute 11. Schultz lost 1/10 of a second getting past those slower carts. He is absolutely on a mission. There is some teamwork going on. The number 40 cart. The number 40 cart of the Demuso Racing team there in the grey race suit. And you've got in front of them, that is the, trying to see that driver that looking over his shoulder. That's the number 32 cart. And the number 32 cart just signaling that's Atlas. That's the Greek team from the Thessaloniki Karting Centre. And the Greek team going through. And a big thank you there from the driver of cart number 40. So the lead battle is still just 5 seconds. The Croatia Racing team have the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.910. But Vika Schultz has just come within 500ths of that mark. They're on their 331st lap. We're watching number 40 team and the number 32 team. So number 40 team, they're 27th. And Atlas in car 32. They are Jovanovski in the wheel. So Jovanovski, that's a very smart sort of British racing green and lime and sort of luminous yellow race suit closing in. And behind them, the driver of the yellow race suit might be one of the Swiss play kart teams. There are 2 of those play kart teams in the field. As we wait. So, Croatia Racing in 3rd. Demuso Daronson in 4th. The Joker team still 5th. Just in front of Pushin's Kart 1 and Red Racing Spirit. And there is just 6 seconds between those 3 carts. 6 seconds between 5th, 6th and 7th. They're 3 laps behind Boris Bouvier and Vika Schultz. Only, the gap continues to come down. We'll have a little look for the 2 leaders on our screens. There is the number 32 team being pushed along by Kart 21. Kart 21, that is Papa Samurai, the Seaside Circuit team in Japan, driver the white and green race suit. And Papa Samurai, let's have a little look. Where are Team 21 in the order? they are not in the top 30. I will check my other timing screen. Papa Samurai are 33rd. And pretty soon, on the left-hand side of your screen, at the very bottom of the timing pylon, you've got the Finnish team, KKWCS, with Jana Pajunanen at the wheel. He is going to be passed by Young and Wild. So we now look for the race leaders. Watching out of on the spectator balcony, there goes number 1 cart across the line. And the race leader is coming out of turn number 8, coming into turn number 9 now. And he's got driver the white race suit in front of him. No, he passes that. There are still 4 carts between 4 lap carts between the 2 leaders. So race leader PFV. Pit stops are approaching for these 2 drivers. Boris Bouvier comes across the start-finish line in cart number 18 now. And Vika Scheltz in cart number 36 comes across the line now. The gap is down to just 3 seconds between P1 and P2 as we come towards the end of the, 7 hours, nearly 7 hours down, 5 to go. Race leader starts another lap. And now just 3 carts separate himself from his pursuer. 5 hours, 10 minutes to go. The leaders come through turn number 2. Down towards turn number 3. Cart 18 has the lead. 3 carts in between him and Victor Scheltz. Make that 2 carts. No, Scheltz thinks about making a move but doesn't. Up the middle straight towards turn. There goes Scheltz to the inside of cart 24, play cart racing. We're going to have a battle for the lead very, very shortly. They're coming towards the end of their stint. Will Scheltz catch Bouvier before he has to pit? He looks to the inside of another driver going through turn number 11. And now just 1 cart. 1 lapped cart between first and second place. The leader crosses the start-finish line now. Driver of cart number 20 looks over his shoulder, realizes he's got a very, very determined Vika Scheltz closing in on him. And if I was the driver of cart number 20, I would be considering potentially getting out of the way. Let's see what happens. Through turn number 4 go the 2 leaders. And you can see the 2 leaders. And again, driver number 20 looks over his shoulder to see the approaching golden crash helmet of PF Racing's Vika Scheltz. Now the drivers A lot of the teams have radio communications set up in their crash helmets. Young and Wild start another lap. But here on your screen, there's your race leader coming out of turn number 3. Boris Bouvier, the Joker team, make their latest pit stop. And there is Schelt. So now nothing but clean track separates first from second as we head toward the conclusion of the 7th hour of racing. Bouvier has got some traffic to work through. Through turn number 9, he's going to have to make a move up the inside. Going to turn 10, he does. He passes, that's kart 43, the Racing Girls, who he passes. And pretty soon, Vika Schultz will be coming across the Racing Girls and making short work of them. He has to. We start lap number 339. Bouvier. Actually, that's the number 42 team. That's the Masters team that is behind just the race leader, number 43. Do apologise. Here we go. Through turn number 3, up towards 4. The gap is virtually nothing. There is Schultz. The Racing Girls, meanwhile, the team of Eleonora Chiterio, Nicole Marciano, Federica Ongetta, and Alicia Rocco. They are running. Let's have a look where they're running. They are running down in 40th position at the moment. But now Vika Schultz has passed the Racing Girls and is closing in on the racing. So there we go, 1 and 2 on your screens now. They come across the start-finish line. They start lap 339. Oh, sorry, 340 into turn number 1. The gap 0.8 of a second. They're both due a pit stop. Very see a lead change before they come into the pits. Psychologically, that will be great for PF Karting. Bouvier has led for the last 2 hours of this race almost. Actually, he's probably about he's led for this entire stint. Maybe he's led for over an hour. And now, Vika Schultz, who has clawed back a 20-second deficit. I think there was a signal there from Bouvier. I think he could be coming in at the end of this lap. So will Schultz pass him before they make their pit stops? If they do, will that hand the lead to team number 17, the Croatia Racing team, who are 2 laps back in third? Bouvier there, flexing his hand. He's getting cramp in his hands. He's been out there driving for a long time. He has been the prey, and the predator is now stalking his peripheral vision as they go through turn number 2. Shield will look to the inside, will he? No. It's going to come into turn number 4 or possibly even turn number 6. Bouvier knows he's in radio communication with his team and he knows that Schultz is behind him. Schultz now looks to the inside going into turn number 6. Are we going to see a change to lead here? Yes, we are. Vika Schultz, PF Karting, move back into the lead of this race. He has been in hot pursuit, like Smokey and the Bandit, for the last hour and 5 minutes of this race. And now he takes the lead. Does he pit yet? He's done a Vika Schultz, new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 10.830. We now look back to some of the other drivers. That's the play kart team in the yellow race suit being overtaken by team number 7, Team number 7 is the pole-sitting Iris Pro team. So 14 lead changes. There are your lead batters going through the camera shot there. So I make that 15 lead changes. 15 lead changes, and here are your new leaders. Team number 36 from Germany, the Cool Runners karting entered team. PF Karting, Christian Duvan, Dennis Holler, Nicholas Kruger, and the man who has played a starring role in this first half, well, in the first hour of the second half of the race. And so pit stops will be about to take place. In fact, PFV are in. So Bouvier Pits and PF Racing will be following them in very, very shortly. There's an interview coming up. Javier Garrido in the number 17 kart, the Croatia Racing kart, is on course to make a pit stop very shortly as well. Will that hand the lead to team number 29, the Damuso Dad and Son team? But what the new race leader, Mr. Schultz, possibly come in for his next stop, and then we'll go out. We'll have an interview with the driver very, very shortly. The pictures will stay on the screen. We'll see whether Victor Schultz leads, but the interview will be coming up next with one of our next teams. What an exciting conclusion to hour number 7 of this 12-hour endurance race. We move in to hour 8 with nearly 350 laps in the books. And that driver, the golden crash helmet, Vika Schultz, leading for PF Karting. Don't go away. We'll be back very soon. Test, 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 1, 2. Test, test. Join us back out here on the spectator terracing. We've just seen a fantastic battle for the lead. Vika Schultz from PF Karting has taken the lead. Now we've got one of your teammates. Who are you, sir?
Dennis Holler.
This is Dennis Holler. We spoke to your friend, your supporter earlier on. What have you just made of that stint by Vika Schultz? Now in the pit lane, so the leaders are in the pits. as we look at this. So he's looking cautiously at our timing monitor. PFV have made a pit stop. Whilst we're doing this interview, the lead could change again, but that was a great stint from Vika.
Obviously it was, yeah. So we have closed a gap of like 20 to 5 seconds, I guess, in the last hours. Have to pick one of the best cards in the field, probably. Vika up over there and the great one. So yeah, it's important because I do not have the best overview at this moment there because all the teams have more pit stops than us at this moment. So we are assuming that there are like 5 to 7 teams who are in like 20 seconds, in a gap of 20 seconds. So I'm not sure if we really have the lead at this moment. But yeah.
Well, I can tell you that on my calculations, when everyone plays out, it's actually PSA Advogados who would inherit the overall lead, but you, PFE, Croatia Racing, and Red Racing all on the same lap after this. So we got 6 carts on the same lap. There is another team, Young and Wild, who have made a lot more laps. They are currently in 36th position. They're making their 10th pit stop as we speak now. PF Racing, they're being in the pit lane for 1 minute and 59 seconds. 2 minutes 30. You've got to really make sure you go out on 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 31, because 1 second is a 1 lap penalty.
Yeah, and this is quite hard, to be honest. When we look in our pit stops we have made today, we are stopping at like 2:32 or something. So at this moment we have lost 5 to 10 seconds. We have to improve for sure. But sometimes it's hard, when like 10 cards pitting on the same time, you have a small jam on the screen, and this can cause a delay of 5 seconds or something. So yeah, again, it's sometimes a gamble when you're pitting with other cards at the same time. But it's one point we have to improve because we see it's very, very close, and in the end, losing 5 to 10 seconds in the pit is can be bad for us in the end.
Well, you've just done a pit stop in 2 minutes 31 seconds, so 2 seconds quicker, and that'll be a 1 lap penalty, and that'll be game over. But you're quite right. It sounds strange in a 12-hour endurance, losing 10 seconds in the pits could be the difference between winning or losing.
Absolutely, and it can be the difference who's making it on the podium and who's finishing P4, for example. Yeah.
It's fascinating. So there are about 5 or 6 teams still in contention for victory. They're on 3 different strategies. One group have done 6 pit stops. One group have done 7 pit stops. The other group have done 8 pit stops. And there's a wild card who have done 10. But the wild card, this is their local track. So in wild, you can't count them out. It's been a great race so far. What say to everybody back home in Germany in Deutsch?
Ja, was soll ich sagen? Es ist eine klasse Veranstaltung. Wir haben bestes Wetter. Es ist 30 Grad, 44, unfassbar starke Teams. Und ja, das Niveau ist einfach unfassbar hoch und es lohnt sich auf jeden Fall herzukommen. Ne? Es wird viel erzählt, das weiß ich. Aber es ist faires Racing. Es lohnt sich auf jeden Fall.
Well, I can tell you that PF Racing have come back out from the pit lane and they are now 2.2 seconds in front of PFV. PFV, however, they have Damiano Marcasan behind the wheel, and he's a very, very quick driver as well. So it's not over yet, not by a... Thank you very much for joining us here right in the middle of what is an exceptionally exciting battle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No problems. Here we go then. So PF Racing have maintained the lead through that latest round of pit stops. They've now made 6 pit stops. They've still got 9 to make, but they've actually gained another second. 1 second has been gained against PFE. Damuso Dad and Son just seconds back. They're just 47 seconds back on the same pit strategy. So we're going to go back to on-track action. We're now into the 8th hour of racing. 8th hour racing. It's a beautiful sunny evening here in Slovakia, but it's going to get dark soon. Under the floodlights, feeling confident?
Absolutely, yeah. It's different than when the sun is going down and we have to change the visors because you have to reset up yourself because it's dark and you have to find the lines again, but it's fun.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go back to the lead battle. It's now Nicholas Kruger for PF Racing. The gap 2.1 seconds. Between first and second, we back soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at the running order after 349 laps of racing. You can see the gap is coming back down again. PF Racing, they chased and chased and chased. They erased a 25-second deficit and turned it into a brief lead. But now Damiano Marquesan for the PFV team is closing back in on Nicholas Kruger for the number 36 team. So we've had now 15 lead changes amongst 7 teams. And there's a look at the full running down. So PF Racing, PFV, and Damu Dad and Son are all on the lead lap. 4th position is the Croatia Racing team. They are 1 lap ahead of Pousson's Kart 1, and then the number 28 kart, PSA Advogados team. Red Racing Spirit are in 7th position. 8th are the Cafe Racing team. 9th is Euro Racing, and Red Racing round at the top 10. Hoonigan Racing run in 11th position. PK16 Racing at 12th. Eras Pro are 13th. Atlas are 14th. Then it's the top 1 team, the Racing team, the Joker team, Grip Kart, and a Newbie Racing. The top 20 are rounded out by Hammer Time. 21st position, it is Presratachi. Second position, it is karting team Atomic. In 23rd place, it's Bardal Racing. Best Need for Speed ASS Racing Team are 24th. Then it's KKWCS from Finland. Racing Team are 26th. Team Karthala Vitlik are 27th. Then it is Old Dark, the Lecluse Automobile, and 30th position, rounding out the top 30, it is Papa Samurai. Endurance Team are Racing Team 22nd, the Team are 33rd, Young and Wild are 34th, then it's Racing Girls in 35th, the MLB Go-Kart Team in 36th, Playkart are 37th, with Playkart CME in 38th, Oakley Racing are 39th, and then in 40th position, now the teams that have had penalties, in 40th position, it's kart number 9, that is Curvin Fresser, then the Burro 11 Need for Speed Team 41st, Blitz Racing are 42nd, Track Limits are 43rd, and Bushy Top Gun Racing are 42nd. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, 6 stops for the top 3 teams. Croatia Racing are currently in the pits from 4th place, making their 8th pit stop. And they drop back behind PSNA Advogados. So now Croatia Racing and PSNA Advogados are on the same pit strategy, but PSNA Advogados will emerge quite a ways in front of Croatia Racing. We'll see how farther down the order Lorenzo Urosa comes out. Lorenzo Urosa taking over for the Spanish Croatia Racing team. He emerges after a 2-minute 32-second pit stop. He emerged in 10th position, and they have lost a bit of time, I have to say. Advogados are over half a minute in front of, let's have a little look, the Portuguese team, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 26, 36, 42 seconds. So, PSA Advogados are 42 seconds in front of the nearest rival on the same pit strategy as them. And in fact, Red Racing are now the second of the teams that have made 8 pit stops. And they are, how far behind PSA Advogados? They are 9, 10, 11. Well, they are 25, 8 seconds. So, PSNA Advogados, I think, have got a 30-second lead over Red Racing, with Croatia Racing a further 7 seconds back. So just under 40 seconds separates the top 3 teams that have made 8 pit stops so far. Hoonigan Racing now come in to make their 8th pit stop. Some of the front runners, all the top 4 teams on the timing and scoring screen that you're looking at now, have to make a lot of pit stops in the second half of this race. 4 hours and 45 minutes. Young and Wild, 33rd, having made 10 pit stops. Another team to watch out for is the number 33 Team Karthala Vitlik team. They are 27th, 7 laps down. They've made 9 pit stops. Well, actually, they're going to still be a couple of laps behind the overall race leaders when things pan out. But don't count out Young and Wild for a place in the top 6. Let's say that. Now, PF Racing have got a 1 second advantage over PFE. We'll head back to the track. We'll try and find out where our leaders are. They are coming around the first hairpin, I believe. I will stick my head out of the commentary box window to try and find them on track. It's kart 36 leading kart 18. 1 second separates them. And there they are, going into turn number 7 now. And through turn 8. So the driver with the PFV race suit on, that dark green with luminous yellow stripes, that's Damiano Marquesan. He's now closing back in on the race leader. So it's kart number 36 that has the race lead coming out of the turn 12 and 13 complex. They'll come along on across the start-finish line. Now, there's the number 36 with a white crash helmet and the dark blue race suit with the white sleeves. And Damiano Marquesan has got two drivers in between him, two lapped carts in between him and the race lead. The gap is 1.3 seconds. So Nicholas Kruger now leading for PF Karting. I wonder what the PF stands for. I should really have asked the driver that we just spoke to. Pretty fast. Should be PBF. Pretty bloody fast, if you ask me. But they've got their hands full now. Still two lapped carts between first and second as they go through turn number 9 now. We look on our screens. We've still got the timing on the 7 hours. But on track, the leaders are coming across the start-finish line. Have they just gone past the start-finish line? The leaders come across the start-finish line now. And Marquesan is closing. Damiano Marquesan closing in on race leader PF Racing. Up the infield straight. And in fact, who's that that's passing the race leader? So one of those slower carts, well, I say it's not a slower cart. The driver in that lap cart just going past the race leader there. That's not going to do Nicholas Kruger's confidence any good. Try and see who that is. As we're going to have another battle for the race lead before too long. We'll try and see who they are as they come across the line. So there's one cart. We'll see who flashes up. It's Team Karthaler Wittlich in cart number 33, who is battling with the race leader. There's the race leader, the driver in front of the race leader there with a black race suit and sort of the yellow and black striped crash helmet. That's Team Karthaler Wittlich. They're in 26th position overall, but the driver behind the wheel, Team Karthaler Wittlich, that's Lucas Brett, Jan Friedensdorf, Nicholas Peters, and Dominic Schnitzler. They are very quick at the moment. And Nicholas Kruger and Damiano Marquesan, nose to tail. Let's have a look if we can pick up the leaders again. PF Racing hanging on to a very, very slender advantage indeed. The two leaders will be coming towards the end of the lap. They're just going through turn number 11 now, down towards turn number 12. I think we're looking at the racing across the line. Here is your lead battle coming into turn number 1 now. And there are 3 carts now in front of the leaders, and there's still that one cart in between first and second. So those 3 carts, they're not leaders. Team Karthaler Wittlich is the third of those carts. The 4th cart you're looking at on your screen now is the race leader. That is PF Racing. Then the 6th cart, the back of this group, closing in, that's PFV. So you've got Marquesan, you can see with the luminous yellow shoulder pads on his race suit, and then the white crash helmet, and the sort of white sleeves on a dark blue race suit. That's your race leader, PF Racing. So the carts 4th and 6th on your screens are 1 and 2 in the race. And Kruger has got he's got 3 cars to get past. Now, can Team Karthaler Wittlich, a fellow German team, help with his task? Yes, he does. The one driver gets sent wide, and Marquesan has to make the move. Marquesan gets his elbows out. And who was that getting dispatched? Can't quite see. That could have been the Sun Life Racing team. They're getting moved wide. It was Sun Life Racing there in 26th position. Now they've just been overtaken by Team Karthaler Wittlich. So Team Karthaler up into 25th position now. Still only one kart between the two leaders. There's Team Karthaler Wittlich opening the door for his countryman. Now that is that Mr. Breet. Here comes Markussen. So we're trying to see who the driver in the blue and orange race suit is. We'll see as they come around who that driver is in the middle of this lead group. Through turn number 13 we go. The leader is the second kart on your screen. They cross the line. Actually, it's Hammer Time in the dark race suit. So Hammer Time is the lead kart in this group. Then your race leaders. Then in the blue and orange race suit, that's Team Karthaler Wittlich. And then just behind them is PFV, your race leaders. So Hammer Time, who are in 19th position in kart number 19. Who's behind the wheel of that kart at the moment? That is Igor Javetrowski. Well, Igor Javetrowski is on a bit of a mission. He's quicker than the race leaders at the moment for the Hammer Time team. And the German race leaders have got a German team acting as rear gunners at the moment. Damiano Marquesan's going to have to make short work of this as we follow the leaders. This intense battle, 4.5 hours to go. And PFV needs to get past Team Karthaler Wittlich in kart number 33, because as you can see, the gap is now beginning to grow. Marquesan is going to have to make the move. There's more lapped traffic in front. He really wants to be on the rear bumper of the race leader by the time the race leader reaches the next group of lapped karts. At the moment, he cannot get past Team Karthaler Wittlich. They come out of turn number 2. Karthaler Wittlich check over their shoulders. Hammer Time. I've got to start maybe cracking a few windows, so to speak, because there are 3 karts in front of Hammer Time. And Hammer Time, well, they're sort of opening the door. They've been helping PF Racing quite a bit. Now, PFV are right on the rear bumper of Karthaler Wittlich. Markussen's going to have to make his move, possibly into this next corner. Will he dive up the inside into turn number 10? No, he can't. And now the race leader's got slower traffic. That one driver gets elbowed out of the way. Couldn't quite see the number on that kart, but it matters very little. What does matter is there are now 2 karts between PF Racing and PFV. It's 34 kart, Anubi Racing, the Slovenian team from the karting center Ljubljana Rudnik. And Karthaler Wittlich trying to get past as well. Lucas Breet. Look inside, and Anubi Racing are shown the door. And now Markussen on the outside. That's not ideal. Damiano Markussen's got a hang tough on the outside. Can he do it? Oh, he's going to get squeezed wide. He's on the grass, over the curb. And Damiano Markussen losing ground. So the leader extends his lead, extending his advantage. More slower traffic. So the traffic has actually worked for the race leader at the expense of the driver in second place. Team Karthaler Wittlich still having a very good drive. Now Markussen up the inside, and he shows his displeasure to Anubi Racing. And that is the Italian signal for, "What are you doing? Get out of my way." Apologies to Italians around the world for that terrible impression, but that was exactly what Damiano Markussen was saying. Now, Damuso Darenson continuing to run third. Whilst we look down the order, what has been happening whilst we focusing on this lead battle, which for just a brief moment is taking a slight back seat? Well, PSNA Advogados are now up to fourth position in cart number 28. They are 3 laps behind the leaders, but they are still comfortably in front of Red Racing. Red Racing and the Croatia Racing team are separated by just 6 seconds. So the battle for second place amongst those teams that have done 8 pit stops has only got 6 seconds between them. The 27 cart of Red Racing and the number 17 cart of the Croatia Racing team, they're 9th and 10th overall. And they are 21 seconds in front of PK16 Racing, who are the third best placed team of those teams that have done 8 pit stops. Now, of the teams that have done 9 pit stops, well, Young and Wild have done 10 pit stops, and they are 33rd overall. They've only got 5 more pit stops to make. The race leaders have got 9. So you're going to see the race leaders, and I think, I'm just guessing, well, not guessing, it's an educated estimation, but when all is said and done, it's team number 28, PSNA Advogados, who will end up in the lead of this race. Somebody runs very wide there through turn number 8, getting out of the way. So, cart 28, they might be 3 laps down at the moment. And their driver is doing 1 minute 11.9. So that is Miguel Nieto. Miguel Nieto is on board the PSNA Abogatos. He just has a 1 minute 11.0. So he was obviously in traffic for a little while. So he's still actually driving much quicker than the race leader at the moment. So this is a good stint off camera. We're not seeing the number 28 car on camera, but they are 4th overall, and they've made 2 more pit stops. So they will be I would say they will be at least 30 seconds in front of PF Racing and PFV when the pit stop windows all sort of close and when everyone's done their 15 stops. Hammer Time have just moved up into 18th position, passing Anubi Racing. Hammer Time are 30 seconds behind the 16th place Joker team, who have got also done 8 pit stops. Now, Cafe Racing continue to run in 7th place. Red Racing Spirit runs 6th, and Puissance Racing run in 5th position. Euro Racing ASD, they run in 8th place, but we're going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back out interviewing a couple of drivers out on the balcony area. Please don't go away as we watch the race lead, or the second place driver, Damiano Marxan, tried to close back in on race leaders PF Racing. Please don't go away. We'll be back very shortly speaking to one of the teams in this race. a driver from the Isle of Man? Isle of Man. So,
My English is not the perfect
I'll,
one.
I'll slow, go on. And we can speak in Magyar, in Hungarian, a little bit. We're 39.
We started we started 41st. We came to the 12th place. I was there in the first hour.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Evening sun is still shining over the circuit. The next team to join us, we haven't spoken to anybody from Hungary here yet, but we have now Oakley Racing, team number 37. Now, in that team, we have got, let's just check the list. It's the Teglas, it's from Teglas Go-Kart Player, is that right? And we have Christoph Adam, Bente Bodnar, Sandor Kennett, and Mihaly Shotak. You started the race, didn't you? No, is that you are Mihaly?
Started the race pretty well. I mean, we were in the 41st place on the qualification, but I jumped in the cart for the first hour, and I came for about the 12th place, and that was a pretty good stint for me. But it's really tough.
Yeah, of course, every time you make a pit stop, you change karts. Obviously, every second you're too quick in the pits, it's a penalty. And of course, you never know what kart you're going to get. And all the drivers, different levels of ability. Now, have you raced at this sort of type of event before?
Yeah, I've been here for 2 or 3 races, and I've been here for this team for the 24-hour race back in May, and we finished on the 8th position, and we are just proud to be here again.
Yes, because I'm trying to see how many Hungarian teams. I think there are two teams from Hungary here. Is there a nice bit of friendly rivalry? Because I imagine that you race against each other all year, but now you're here. This is a different feel. You have your national flags, the nations on there. It's a very different feel. So obviously you want to beat your countrymen, but you also want to support them because you're in a different country. You're traveling together.
Yes, so we are supporting each other right now in these minutes, and the MLB go-kart team is also here, and we raced against each other all year long, and we came here like we were just having fun, and we just want to enjoy this event.
So we've got 4 hours 25 minutes to go. The lead battle is within a second. It's 7/10 of a second out on circuit. We could be about to have our 16th lead change of the race. For you guys currently down in 39th position, is it a case of just, the win is not going to happen, but maybe other teams get penalties, and when it gets dark, that's going to help you maybe a little bit and try and get into the top 30?
Yeah, I think so, because I usually like to drive in the night, and track is more cleaner and more faster in the night, I think. And we have some changes, and we want to improve in this hour, but we are just happy to be here and much for the opportunity for everything.
Okay, so we're giving everyone a chance to speak to their local kart circuits in their own language. So in Hungarian, what have you got to say to everybody at the Teglas Go-Kart Player? Is that my saying it right? Teglas Go-Kart Palya. Teglas Go-Kart Palya. Please, in Hungarian, in Magyar, tell the fellow Magyars back in Budapest and around Hungary why they should be supporting you and tuning in.
Köszönöm szépen a szurkolást, köszönöm a családomnak, a támogatómnak, Amerikától kezdve igazából egész országig. Köszönöm szépen, hogy itt lehetünk, igazából egy álom vált valóra, úgyhogy le a kalappal mindenki előtt, tényleg hajrá Oakley Race!
Okay, thank you very much. Oakley Racing. They've got an interesting little sponsor. They've got an American sponsor. This is a master technician with the specialists. How does an American sponsor a Hungarian karting team?
I have a friend in America and who has a dealership, Dodge and the Jeep, and he was like, "All right, I'm gonna support you, whatever it takes." And he's really kind, and I wanted to thank you so much for all of this work again.
Well, and I think that because I tried to plug the sponsor about he's a Dodge dealership, mine's a Viper. Mine's a Viper. Thank you very much. We will see you very soon. Oakley Racing, thank you very much. While we've been talking, the race lead is still separated. It is just 0.7 of a second still. We are on lap 372. PF Racing have actually extended their advantage a little bit. It just goes to show this type of endurance racing, it's never over till it's over.
Yeah, I mean, we want to improve in the PF Racing races almost at every big event. They are really good guys with really good team members, and I'm just happy to be here and race against him and race against the team, because it's just such a pleasure to me.
Very sporting indeed. Thank you very much. Oakley Racing, ladies and gentlemen, aiming for a top 30 finish. We'll be back a little bit later on with a few more driver interviews here at the Slovakia ring. There is not a cloud in the sky. The temperature is cooling down slightly. And when the track cools, these Honda 4-stroke engines, they get a little bit more air into them. They get a little bit more power, and the lap times go down. The speeds go up. We'll be back with the last 4.5 hours of today's 12-hour endurance race live on motorsport.tv coming up very shortly. Don't go away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The sun beginning to set. You can see the shadows encroaching on the circuit. Now, whilst we were away, there have been few more penalties that have been dished. I'm having a little look. Draw. Team number 12, that would be PK16 Racing, one of the early race leaders. They've been given a 20-second penalty for a driver for contact, pushing and overtaking at Marshall Post 5. And team number 13, the relay time was too much. They've been given a 1 lap penalty, so that is that's the second penalty for the track limits team. And so the team that has actually made the most pit stops are the Bashiri Top Gun Racing team. Now they're 44th and last. They're 20 laps behind the race leader, but they have had a 3 lap penalty as well. So it might take a little bit of other misfortune for a couple of other teams to push the Bashiri Top Gun Racing team up the order, but they're doing a fantastic job, it has to be said. They're lapping 1 minute 12.5, so it's Joel Maduro out on the circuit, and Joel Maduro, I think, was the driver that received the penalty earlier on, but he was pushed past the timing monitor in the pit lane by another team, and the other team got a 5 lap penalty, but they still were let out 3 lap. They got a 3 lap penalty. Young and Wild have made 10 pit stops, and they're now up into 28th position in kart number 5. The lead is 3 laps. Now, kart 29, Filippo Leo, the Damuso Dad and Son racing team, they are in the pits for their 7th pit stop, and it'd be interesting to see. They're pretty much in a race with Cafe Racing and Red Racing Spirit. Red Racing Spirit are actually closing in on Cafe Racing. You've hardly seen Cafe Racing, kart number 23, on our timing monitors. But they have been solidly in the top 10 throughout this race. Some of the unsung heroes of this particular event, Cafe Racing. There is our race leader, team number 36, and they're still behind Hammer Time. Hammer Time in kart number 19, well, they're now up into 14th place and leading the race leaders. They have been ahead of the race leaders for the last 25 minutes at least, I'd say. Now, there's the number 21 kart going through. That's Papa Samurai. Let's give the Japanese team a name. That's Mo Hisaku, Hiroki Kudu, Kengo Ozawa, and Yusuke Shibsu. They are in 30th position. They have made, how many pit stops have Papa Samurai made? They made 9 pit stops. Grip Kart now make their 9th pit stop. So Young and Wild, Ludo Bayu still in the kart. He's been out there for 44 minutes now. They're 9 laps off the leaders, but they have done 4 more pit stops than the race leaders. They were 37th at the halfway point. They're now up into 28th. And I think that they are going to be squarely in the top 10 when all is said and done. They have got 5 more pit stops to make in 4 hours and 11 minutes. I've got to say that PF Racing and PFE I know that they will have a strategy in place, but they have still got to make 9 pit stops. They're going to be making a pit stop, 9 pit stops in 4 hours. That's a pit stop every 25 minutes or so. So while we watch the race leader, we have got an interview coming up with Who Racing. The team UAE will be up next, and Hoonigan Racing, they're 16th at the moment. Danilo Iglesias on the track, but the team members are going to be very shortly.
Realmente é uma ótima escolha para passar no walkie-talkie.
Welcome back to the spectator area. Now, we've got one team from the United Arab Emirates here, the Yas Kart Zone. Now, am I right in thinking that the Yas Kart Zone is right next to the Ferrari World at Yas Marina Race Circuit?
Yes.
Yeah, so now this is, joining us here, Salvador Moreira Rato. Hoonigan Racing, you've been up as far as, I think, 5th or 6th at one point. You're now running in 16th position, but you're saying the expectations are being met.
No, so we think that the most important thing is to a race like this, you need to be sure who is your competitors, who are the fastest teams or the slowest. And after it, you put a point on your expectation, and then the strategy for the race is built upon on that. Because if you want to be more aggressive on kart exchanges and trying to aim for very, very short times, it will be very difficult. So if you know where is your place between the teams, it's easier to manage the distance and the strategy.
Yeah, so, okay, so at the start of this race, you had practice this morning. I'm assuming you were doing some testing here maybe on Wednesday. What was your expectations at top 20 at the start of this race?
Yes, because this team, it's actually, we don't race each other for a long time. Actually, it was the first time the 4 people in here. So we would know that one of us, 2 of us, it depends on the kart, we could do 1 or good stints, but only with amazing kart. So in my situation, I was the one who was starting the race. The kart was not full throttle in the straight line, but it has a very good exit, if you know what I mean, and a very good chassis. So I was able to recover a lot of positions on the first stint. But then the reality is the other second stint I already did, it's on the average, like top 15 or something. So most important thing is to make sure where we are.
Now, karting out in the UAE. I'm fortunate if I've been to commentate at the Dubai Kartdrome. I know the guys at Al Ain Raceway. The Yas Kart Zone, obviously very popular as well. It's important that the people in your region see a team from UAE racing at this level, because it just builds more and more interest. The more people that you race against back home, the faster and more competitive you get, and the better you perform when you come here. I notice you're racing with a Dojo Moto. So do you race other racing apart from Sodi rental kart racing?
In Dubai, actually, two teams made a venture, the guys from Dojomoto and the guys from Matrax, the other team. And so by now, the four guys that are driving PSA Advogados, they are the four major guys driving for Matrax. And then we have a second team, Tires Online, that we also race together. So, in answering to your question, yes, I believe that Dubai has a lot of potential. But since it's a little bit far from Europe, for them it's a little bit difficult sometimes to be in this more Europe environment racing. But they have very good teams. The Kartdrom and both the Yas Marine are amazing tracks. And we truly advise from the European guys to go there and compete there because you learn a lot in there.
Yes, so I am going to be in Dubai in January for the Dubai Rotax O Plate. In the evenings, they run Sodi World Series qualifying events, which I also commentate on. I second the motion. Definitely, the Dubai Kartdrome and Yas Kart Zone and Al Ain Raceway are bucket list stop for any kart racer. I have to say that Hoonigan Racing, you may not win the race, but you have won best sunglasses. Best sunglasses so far. Have a look. Now, what do you want to say to everybody back at the Yas Kart Zone? What would you like to say to them?
Guys, it's first of all, it's an honor to be here representing your country. And we know that could be other pilots or drivers being here as well. So we are not especially the best ones. I think that would be able to. So a special word for you, and we are doing our best.
See you soon indeed. Thank you very much. That is Hoonigan Racing, and the driver, that is Salvador Morato from Hoonigan Racing. They're currently in the top 20. Well, they're aiming for a top 20. Actually, I think we're also a little bit higher than 20th. I think on course. Well, they're 15th at the moment. So a lot of things can happen. 4 hours racing under the floodlights. One thing they do a lot of in Dubai is racing at night because it is somewhat warmer than it is in Europe, especially at this time of year. So thank you very much to Hoonigan Racing, and Will, you can go back to your car. A lot of work to do. You're going to drive. Take the sunglasses off, but top sunglasses game. And the next time we'll bring in the next team. So thank you very much. And we'll bring the next team in. So we already have spoken to one of the members of the play kart team. That's the number 24. Now we've got the play kart CME team. This is team number 38. Now, Gianluca Brunelli, Andrea Guidini, William Mancuso, and Noah Thibault, but you are not any of those people. Who are you?
I am Carlo Pasquino. I'm from Playcard team, the first team of the Playcard, but we are a family. So one is shy, one don't know English, one was sleeping. So I came here to represent Playcard, me SRL team also. Yes, we are doing our race very well for us because the team CME it's just a little lower or of the level for us respect of play card, but we are here to defend our honor. Yes, we are here to have fun, and we are getting some fun. Yes.
So you have come here to represent. You can now name drop which one of your teammates is sleeping. Noah Thibault is asleep. Well, Noah, you missed your opportunity because you're having a nap. I hope that means that because he's getting psyched up in his race, he's relaxed and ready to go out and have a really good stint. You qualified for the South Garda karting centre, so that is in Italy, yes?
Yes, we are half team is Switzerland, half team is Italian, and we race all over the Europe also because we travel also in Portugal this year, so also here in Slovakia to try the track. We will be also in Sicily, in Italy.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes. Usually we race in the north of Italy, but we are happy to try also some track around the world.
Well, you're certainly getting used to this. So what do you make of Slovakian welcome that we've had here, some of the culture that we've seen from Slovakia,
Sorry, can you?
of some of what you make of some of the cultural scenes of the Slovakian country and the welcome we have received.
I didn't understand.
But it's like the dancers last night, the drivers parade, and what do you think of Slovakia as a country?
I like it. I like it very much. The only thing is the shops, especially the restaurant, close too early here. At 22, you cannot eat anymore.
They close at 10 o'clock, but someone should say we're still racing till 12 o'clock. We got a lot of hungry drivers at the end of this race, so I'm sure I have to say that breakfast in the hotel, they have three variety of spicy sausage for breakfast. I mean, that's great for me, but it's oof.
I don't like the spicy very much, but yes, it's a quite good food. It's a quite good place, nice, nice. Also, we are enjoying being here in a world final with two teams to play card. For us, it's fantastic.
Thank you very much indeed. So there we go. That's our second interview with the racing team. It would have been Noah Thibault, but he's asleep. So my man, Mr. Pascal here, has stepped up to represent. Thank you very much. Good luck for the remaining 4 hours of racing, and hopefully you'll get some dinner tonight a little bit later on.
Yes, I hope. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So we are now into the last 4 hours of this race meeting. There he goes. What a happy Italian man that driver was. PF Racing still lead by 4 seconds from PFV. The Musso Dadson are in third position. They've made one more pit stop, but they're 2 laps down. The fourth place team, PSNA Avogados, who I believe are going to be leading the race once all the pit stops have been completed. They're currently in the pits for their 9th pit stop. So they've got 6 pit stops to go. And a quick update, Young and Wild, the Slovakian team, the local team, they've made 10 pit stops and they are now up to 22nd position. We'll be back with on-track action very, very soon. 4 hours to go. We'll have a little look at the full rundown on your screens at the 8-hour mark, and then back with on-track action very shortly. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't go away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see on full classification point, we have new race leaders. PF Racing are making their 7th pit stop, and that allows PFV, the Italian team, kart number 18, to move into top spot. It is lead change number 16 in this 12-hour race. Damiano Marcasan will be having to make a pit stop very soon because he has been out there for an hour and 5 minutes. Now the question is, up into 3rd position have come the CAF Racing team. Red Racing Spirit are 4th. Euro Racing ASD are now 5th, with the Croatia karting team. We haven't seen Croatia featuring in the top 5 too much. They're 6th at the moment, and they made 8 pit stops, with Red Racing in 7th. They are 7 seconds behind the Croatia Racing team. PK16 Racing are another 8 seconds further back, but they've had a 20-second penalty. So PK16 Racing would be effectively 6th on the race at the moment, as the leaders are now in. The leaders are now in. So Damiano Marcasan in the pits. Let's hand the lead back to, I think he'll hand the lead back to PF Racing. We'll have to see. The CAFI Racing team, well, they're 3 laps down on the pace setters. I don't think they're going to be taking the lead unless they stay out. No, they're going to have to pit very soon as well. So are Red Racing Spirit. Nobody has, well, the only team that has made 11 pit stops so far are the Bushiri Top Gun Racing team, but they're down in 44th position. Team Atlas are making their 10th pit stop, and that is dropping them down to, well, they've still got a minute to go in the pit lane. So PFV are in the pits. We wait, will PF Racing take back over? We've just had a new fastest lap of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Florian Garcia in kart number 11 for the Puissance kart team. Florian Garcia has just gone round in a 1 minute 10.813 second lap. Now let's see, where do PFV slot back in? I think it'll be in 2nd place overall. And Fabio Torri is getting back in the kart. Dennis Holler now aboard the number 36 PF Racing kart. Jakob Adam is aboard the CAF Racing team kart in 3rd. Red Racing Spirit in 4th. Kart number 10. They're just 10 seconds behind CAF Racing. And there's still PS and A Avogados. They are 11th overall, but they've made 9 pit stops. They're only 4 laps off the lead. Ruben Conchesao aboard the number 28 kart. And PFV, 2 minutes 22, 23, 24. Let's hope they don't get a penalty. They've got to time it just right. They come out in 2 minutes 31 seconds, and PF Racing take back over top spot. So another lead change, 17 in total now. Dennis Holler, let me holler at your player, on lap number 398. Leads by 4 seconds. The top 2 teams have a 2-lap advantage over CAFI Racing, Red Racing Spirit, and Euro Racing. But I have to say that there's only 12 seconds between kart 3, kart 10, and kart 3. And they are all the same strategy, have made 7 pit stops. Then we have the Croatia Racing team and Red Racing. They've made 8 pit stops. PK16 Racing are in for their 9th pit stop as we speak. Damuso, Dad and Son, they are in position, and they have made 8 pit stops. So they've actually dropped down a little bit. They were Elio Lucchesi lapping in 1 minute 11.9s. Lucchesi in 8th position. He's just been passed by the Red Racing team. So Red Racing moving to 7th position. There are 9 seconds between Croatia Racing, cart number 17, and Red Racing in cart number 27. Is the battle for possibly a podium position. A little bit further back, Julian Malek dropping to 9th position for the PK16 racing team. Bartek Babicek for the Polish team. Top one karting now into the top 10. They've made 8 pit stops, and PSNA Avogados, they've made 9 pit stops. Let's have a look. The next team that has made 9 pit stops are Iris Pro. Let's have a look. Iris Pro. Well, Thomas Condominas is going to go back out for the number 12 team. That is Puissance 1. No, that's PK16 Racing. So let's see where they pan out. So PKC Racing out of the pit lane. Well, they got 1 minute 45 in the pits. Don't forget, each pit stop must be a minimum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Bashiri Kart Racing have set their personal best lap, 1 minute 11.609. So, well, then they've only got 4 more pit stops to make. The Racing Girls are down, that's Buro 11 Need for Speed. They're now making their 11th pit stop. And Marcia Rodriguez Ochoa for the number 15 team. Karting team Atomic. They're in the pits for their 11th pit stop. The pits are a very busy place at the moment, and PF Racing are extending their lead over PF. So Dennis Holler now 6.5 seconds in front of Fabio Torri for PFV. Jacob Adam still third for the Czech Republic's CAFE racing team. Then it's Lorenzo Palumbo. We spoke to Lorenzo earlier. He is now 4th for Red Racing Spirit. He's on the same strategy as CAFE Racing in front of him, and he's only 11 seconds behind the team from the Czech Republic. Euro Racing in cart number 3. They're just 2.8 seconds behind Lorenzo Palumbo and Red Racing Spirit. They're 5th overall. So that battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th on track is separated by just 13 seconds. Croatia Racing are 23 seconds further back, but they've made 1 more pit stop. Damuso Dad and Son, they're 19 seconds behind Croatia Racing. I think Damuso Dad and is still on for a potential top 10 finish. They have made 8 pit stops. And Top 1 Karting, they are 41 seconds behind Damuso Dalinson, but they're about to make their 9th pit stop as we speak. They're coming in. Red Racing are in the pits. CAFE Racing out of 3rd position are in the pits. Euro Racing ASD from 5th position are in the pits. Levante Sabo, well, the best team for Young and Wild, they have made 11 pit stops and they are in 31st position, 9 laps off the lead. Now, there's a look at pit lane. We'll take the full 8-hour rundown. We now have got 3 hours, 46 seconds to go. Action in the pits. I think we can see the CAFE Racing team in there. Cart number 23 there in the foreground, just behind the main screen. CAFE Racing go out onto the circuit. Here's the Sun Life Racing team. Sun Life Racing from Austria. They're in 18th position. This is their 9th pit stop. Driver putting the lead weight in the side of the cart. There is the number 14 team on your screens now. that was this is the other second of the Sun Life Racing teams. So how do we get two Sun Life teams? But anyway, the number 14 team is definitely Sun Life Racing. Now let's have a little look. The next couple of drivers making the change is the number 34 team on your screen. That is Anubi Racing, the Slovenian team. And Anubi Racing are currently, let's have a little look to see where Anubi are. They're just outside the top 20. There goes the number 26 team back onto the track. That's the top one karting team. They were in the top 5. They're going to drop back now. Now sitting down in the red and white race suit. That is team number 16. Team 16, the Croatia Endurance team. Croatia Endurance, they are trying to see where they are on the track. They're the second best placed of the two racing teams. Now, PF Racing continue to lead on lap 404. Their lead is grown to 10 seconds. Croatia Racing are still up in the third position. Karts leaving pit lane. Out goes the number 34 kart. And we'll see who else is in the pits. Young and Wild are back up to 30th position. Don't forget Young and Wild were 37th. Oh, and 24, Play Kart. We've just been speaking to one of their drivers. The relay time was too fast, and they get a 1 lap penalty. So we were just speaking to Carlo Paschino. It wasn't him, but Play Kart get a 1 lap penalty. There goes the number 41 team, Hoonigan Racing. We just spoke to Salvador Moreira Rato. Hoonigan Racing go back out. And there's the Play Kart team, has been given that 1 lap penalty, sitting there in the yellow race suit at the side of the circuit. PF Racing continue to extend their advantage to 11 seconds. Dennis Holler, about 0.6 of a second per lap quicker than Fabio Torri. Florian Garcia, 1 minute 10.655 for Poussin's Kart 1. They may have only made 8 pit stops, but they are absolutely on a mission. In 5th position at the moment. Can see drivers on the left. Now there is the PFV team, so they're going to be making another driver change. I did say this, they've got to make 8 pit stops in 3 hours and 41 minutes. So now we're going to, I have to start saying that we're now going to see PF Racing and PFB begin to tumble down the order a little bit. They're only 1 pit stop behind the 3 karts directly behind them, PSA and Avogados. Mark this down. They're in 6th position. Ruben Conchesao, 1 minute 11.648. Has made 9 pit stops. They are 6th. They are 3 laps and 54 seconds behind the race leaders. That will start shrinking because the race leaders have got to make 2 more pit stops. Here comes the number 30 team into the pits. That's Perestacci. Presretacci, sorry, the Interceptors from Croatia. And that might have been the driver that we spoke to earlier on. Filip Begovic getting into the kart. So there's the pit stop procedure. Driver comes in. That's team number 19. And that would be Hammer Time from the ADM Raceway. So Hammer Time are in. They were having an absolutely superb stint. They're pitting out of 17th position. They've actually the best placed team now that have made 10 pit stops. Hammer Time. Press Retachi are making their 8th pit stop. And PF Racing, you can see the driver on the left-hand side of your screen. When will we see... Oh, sorry, PFV, you can see the driver on the second side of your screen. When will we see the second place team come in for their pit stop? Here's team number 17 now in for their pit stop. This is great that we can able to see into pit lane. This is the Croatia Racing team. Right, this is the team out of 3rd place. Drivers changing the radio over so they can communicate with their team manager, or the team manager can communicate with them. Alex Lopez about to get into the kart, and they were 3rd. They've now dropped down to 4th. This is the Croatia Racing team's 9th pit stop. They're racing against Team 28, the PSNA Avogados karting team. And I think that PSA Avogados are going to end up there in the pits as well. So, right back of your screen, you can see coming in the blue suit. This is the team that I think are leading the race on pit strategy. Overall, when all is said and done, I think that PSA Avogados, kart number 28, are the team to beat. Croatia Racing are sitting and waiting. They'll be going out shortly. Now, there's a lot of pit stops taking place. There they are. There's the 28 team making their driver change now. Portugal's Ruben Conchechao gets out of the kart, and we'll try and see who is getting in. The pit lane's going to be a very, very busy place. Driver connecting the radio. Drone visor stick. That is getting into the cart now. He'll go to the holding area. That is Ruben Conchechao getting out. And Alex Lopez, Andre Callado in. Andre Callado getting in. It's pit stop. Now we'll see how far ahead of Young and Wild they are. Young and Wild are 30th. They've made 11 pit stops. Here is our race leader, back on track. Team number 36, PF Racing. They've only made 7 pit stops, however. But their rivals are now 3 pit stops ahead of them. Well, Andre Callado is 5 laps off the leader in the number 28 kart. He's 30 seconds of pit stop to go. So, we're just waiting. They've dropped to 12th place, have the number 28 team. Now they drop to 13th position, and they go out bang on 2 minutes 30. That is the perfect pit stop, and they are in 13th position. They are 5 laps and 42 seconds down. Dennis Holler continues to lead, and PFV are in the pits. Second place team, number 18, PFV, move into the pit lane. Will this promote the Damuso Dad and Son team back up into second position? There's the driver change. New driver sitting and waiting. In the background, you can see the old driver. They've got to get the cart fueled. They're not going to go back out in that cart, but every cart that sits right in front of our camera screens, our cameras there, has to be full of fuel. Now, the marshal here from Slovakia kart team will move the transponder and the race number to the front of the Mr. Tori gets out, he takes his lead weight, and the new driver will move and wait in the holding area. Have we had any more penalties? No, kart 24 was the last team to get a penalty. We put that one down. And now there's a board there on the left side of your screen. You can see that digital board. That tells the drivers how long they have been in the pits for. So they have got no excuses to try and to not make a quick pit stop. Now, let's have a look. Here is kart number 31, number 29 on our screens. Well, 31 team. That's the Burro 11 Need for Speed team. And Damuso, Dad and Son are in kart 29. Damuso, Dad and Son are currently in third place. The Cafe Race are making another pit stop. So the Czech Republic team in kart number 23, now they begin to slip down the order as they catch up on their pit strategy. PSNA Gardos, they are now 14th, but they've made 10 pit stops. When to PF Racing? There's that Jean Alesi crash helmet, tribute crash helmet, the third kart on the screen there. Always good to see. A tribute crash helmet. Young and Wild, meanwhile, they are only 29th, 11 pit stops in. Out come PFV. They're in second place. PF Racing lead by 2 laps at the moment. PF Racing have got to make 8 pit stops. 8 pit stops in 3 hours and 33 minutes. The minimum stint time is 5 minutes. So drivers must make a pit stop. Drivers must drive for at least 5 minutes. And so with 3.5 hours to go, we are approaching 8:30. We'll take a very short break and we'll be back very soon after these messages from our sponsors. We'll be back very shortly after this short break.
such a life. Wow. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone. Just give me my crown, let the king take his throne. Clap your hands, just clap your hands, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3. Clap your hands, just clap them for me, give 'em a clap.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the final quarter. Well, we head towards the final quarter, 3 hours, 23 minutes of racing to go. And the lead is as big as we've seen it all race, but it's because of pit stops, not because of one car being quick, one team being quicker than another. PF Racing have made 7 pit stops on lap number 420 they are on now. Just wait for my timing screen to adjust itself. They are on lap 421. They're 2 laps in front of PFV. PFV have just set their personal best for the race. 5-0. Say earlier on that cool evening air replaces the hot sunshine. This is the for extreme far laps. Looking down there, Levente starts up to 27th position. Now, PSA Avogados, they are 5 laps down. They've made 10 pit stops in position. The Young and Wild team are 9 laps down. They've made 11 positions. So I don't think Young and Wild are going to be on the lead the same lap as the number 28 car, but they're going to be within 2 laps of the race leaders eventually. I still believe that team number 28 are the best placed team so far in terms of overall pit strategy, although PFV have got 2 more pit stops to make than PS. They are 3 laps in front. No, I'll stand by what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. You can tell me off later on if I'm wrong. But Andre Callado in kart number 28, even though they are still down in 11th position, I believe that they are on course to take the race lead in the very closing stages of this race. Their nearest rival that has made 10 pit stops are a full 2 laps behind. Gregory Morin in the team number 7, the Iris Pro entry, the team that sat on pole position. Bushiri Top Gun Racing have made 12 pit stops. They've made the most. They've only got 3 more pit stops to make in the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. And all these late pit stops, nobody has made any, has suffered any more penalties through that. Now, let's look at some of the other contenders. Well, Karthala Vitlik, they're in 17th place. They're just 8 seconds behind Iris Pro in the fight for 16th and 17th position. They've made 10 pit stops. The Damuso Racing team are up into 12th place. Cafe Racing, who were 3rd about half an hour ago, they have dropped to 13th place. They've made 2 quick pit stops. They're up to 9 pit stops. But PF Racing, new personal best lap for PF Racing. Dennis Holler, 1 minute 10.778 seconds. That is only 1/10 of a second off the fastest lap of the entire race. So PF Racing, they're just trying to, they've obviously got a quick kart, they've got a quick driver sat in the quick kart, and they are trying to just make as many laps as possible. They're going to be suffering later on. They've still got 8 pit stops to make. 3 hours. They're going to be pitting once every 20 or so minutes. A lot of the front running teams are going to be doing lots of late pit stops. Maybe they want to be, they're thinking that when it's night time, there's going to be maybe more incidents And the less time they spend on track in the dark, the better. So as we look at the village here, so all those white and blue tents are obviously the foreground. You've got the Sodi Kart workshop and pit area. One for each of the 44 competing teams. Now, great at about 1 minute past midnight of the post ceremony in the village, straight after the race results. So team members, I know it's a late night, but all team members will join me on the podium as we crown the results. Three minutes and this turn number one. Look how fast those carts are going through the first corner. And no change lead. Dennis Holler to EF Racing. When will PF Racing make their final pit stop? PFV, meanwhile, 1 minute 10.718. They beat that with a 1 minute 10.686. Nicolo Soffiati aboard the number 18 kart is hammering home the advantage that PFV had over the rest of the teams that have done 8 pit stops. And he's half a second quicker than PF Racing. Now, let's have a little look out on the circuit. You've got karts coming in at turn number 10 now on the big screen. That is turn number 3. Look at the difference in the colour of the tarmac. That is what 12 hours of non-stop karting does. The tyres on these Sodi karts are holding up extremely well. Don't forget they've been rotating the karts, but every one of these karts has done probably well over 300 laps of racing so far. And still, these karts are putting in their personal best laps. Florian Garcia, the driver who's got the fastest lap of the race outright, is pitting in the number 11 Poussance kart 1. I said Poussance, not Pousson. They're certainly not Little Chicken Racing. Euro Racing AD continue to run in 5th position. They've only made 8 pit stops though. Red Racing Spirit are 6th. That is the Croatia Racing team in 7th. They've made 9 pit stops. Michele Santolini for Red Racing runs in 8th position. That is the PK16 Racing team in 9th. And PSNA Avogados, 10 pit stops. They run now in 10th position. The Joker team in the pits in 11th. 12th for Anubi Racing with 9 pit stops. Hoonigan Racing run 13th with 9 pit stops. Then it's the opposite, Ires Pro, with 10 pit stops in 14th place. And in 15th position, team number 33, Team Kartholler Vitlik. They have made 10 pit stops. Sun Life Racing, a 16th. They've made 9 pit stops. Press Ratachi have only made 8 pit stops, and they are 17th. Then is the top 1 karting team, Old Dark. And the top 20 rounded out by team number 32, Atlas, the Greek team. They've made 10 pit stops. Further down the order, team number 35, Slovakia's own Young and Wild, have made 11 pit stops, and they have now climbed to 24th position. Just under 3 hours ago, they were 37th. They've gained 12 places, and they've still made more pit stops than every team in front of them. They're 9 laps behind, and I think that they are going to end up being about a lap and a half. Well, 2 laps now behind PSNA Avogados. Red Racing are in the pits. Joker Racing are in the pits. On track. Let's try and check some of the numbers of the karts that we are following. It's going to get a bit trickier to do that as the gloom sets in with the white race suit. That is team number 31, I believe. And that would be the Bruno 11 NFS. Or if it was the number 21, it could have been the Papa Samurai team, the Japanese team, who are currently down in 33rd position. More penalties coming in. A 5-lap penalty for team number 23. That will be the Cafe Racing team. And the Czech Republic's hopes of a top 10 finish have just evaporated. And a 1-lap penalty. Team number 44, that will be warm-up racing. So Cafe Racing in kart number 23, they were 3rd at the 7-hour mark. And now, well, at 7.5 hours, they were 3rd. Looking down the order, where is the number 23 team? They are now 35th. Oh, absolute devastation for Cafe Racing from 3rd to 35th. There's going to be an awful lot of late rate pit stops. Elio Lucchesi is now in the pit lane in kart number 29. There's the number 5 kart on your screens. That is Grip Kart. They're down in 36th position. The Racing Girls are 37th. Oakley Racing, we spoke to them, they've dropped to 40th, but they've made 11 pit stops. And lots of overtaking going on the circuit. Three hours and 10 minutes to go. Atlas are in the pit lane out of 22nd position. So the Greeks making another pit stop. And there is that Red Racing, that's the Red Racing Spirit team in kart number 10 getting muscled wide there. So on the outside, the Red Racing, that's Red Racing Spirit. They are actually in 5th position at the moment. They dive up the inside of one of the Swiss teams. That would be 2 play kart teams, either play kart or play kart CME. Couldn't quite see the number. Is it the 24 or the 38? It is the 38. And the 38 team are currently running in 38th position. Oh, well, that's at least symmetrical. PF Racing, 7 pit stops. Dennis Holler, lapping consistently the 1 minute 10s. He's been out there for 44 minutes. 8 pit stops in 3 hours. Oh my word, that was a little bit, that was team number 5. That was, that driver's being extremely aggressive. The grip kart driver, well, whoever is out there for grip cart, they are down in 36th position. Have they had any penalties? No, they haven't. Christopher Legoff, Jan Marlowe, Bruno Rauhoff, and Matthew Russo. See there with the black and the white sleeves, the red trim on his race suit. That driver being ultimo aggressive. Now, who's this in the white race suit? This is, I think this is the number 21. I think this is our Japanese friends, Papa Samurai. We spoke to some of the Japanese collective here earlier on. In fine spirits they were. And it's not. What am I talking about? It's number 13. That's Track Limits. Track Limits have had a total of 6 laps of penalties, and they are down in 41st position. Play carts have dropped to 31st. We still wait. Right, the Kratia Racing Team are in the pits for their 11th pit stop. So this is an important pit stop. In the pits now, team number 28 in the pits. Sorry, Kratia Racing in the pits. No, they're not. Sorry, I do apologize. I'm getting confused. Right, PSNA Avogados, team 28 are in the pits now for their 11s. We're looking at Croatia Racing Team on the circuit, but PSNA Avogados are making their 11th pit stop. This will be important because this will put them equal on pit stops with Young and Wild. And it will give us an idea of how far behind Young and Wild are. Young and Wild went off strategy in the first 5 minutes of this race. It's now 5-9. They went off strategy 8 hours and 50 minutes ago. And only now will they get back onto the same strategy as the team that I think will end up leading this race when the pit stops are all said and done. PSNA Avogados, they're currently 8th. They dropped to 9th behind Red Racing, 10th, 11th. They've still got 30 seconds of their pit stop to go. We wait. Miguel Nieto is in the number 28 cart. They've got 10 seconds left in the pit lane. Sun Life Racing move up to 13th. Waiting for them to come out. They'll be watching that digiboard. They do not want to move too early. They leave bang on 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a perfect pit stop. They rejoin the track in 14th position. They are 7 laps and 50 seconds down. And Young and Wild are 9 laps and 20 seconds down. So again, they'll be about, Young and Wild will be about a lap and a half. They are PSNA Avogados on your screen. Miguel Nieto. So I did say they'd be about, Young and Wild, they'd be about a lap and a half behind, and it's proving to be almost correct. Anyone would say that I know what I'm talking about. No one would say that. What am I talking about? But Young and Wild are up to 23rd position. That is the highest they have been all race. They dropped to last, and is that Young and Wild directly behind the number 35 cart? Let's have a little look. No, it's the number 6 cart. It's the number 6 cart of KKWCS. We haven't seen much of the Kart Club Turku, the Finnish team. Mika Helen, Tony Kuovanen, Jana Pajunen, and Mika Snellman. So Team Finland are in 26th position at the moment. As the sun says, well, I have to say, and I've said it a lot, but I've said it because it's true, that the sunsets here in Eastern Europe are utterly spectacular. We have not had a single cloud all day, and now the skies overhead have turned an absolutely regal shade of deep blue and orange and purple. It is utterly spectacular. It does mean, however, that it makes my job of seeing the numbers on these go-karts just a little bit harder. Now, there is the number 38 kart. That is the Play Kart CME team, so the B team, as it were, from the two Swiss-based outfits, the yellow race suit, chasing hard behind the number 38 team. We'll find out a little bit further around this lap. So there's Play Kart CME, and they cross the line. It is the number 22, Lecluse Automobile Club. They're 25th. They've only made 8 pit stops. When is the leader going to pit? And a new fastest lap for PFB Nicolo Soffiati. 1 minute 10.628 seconds. Croatia Racing are now up into 5th. Red Racing Spirit are 4th. Euro Racing ESD from Austria are up to 3rd. But PFB are setting very, very impressive lap times. We're on lap number 439. 3 hours, 2 minutes to go. Through turn number 1, go the karts. There, coming out of the corner, is the number 44 kart. That is the warm-up racing team. They've had a 1-lap penalty, and they are in 32nd place. 3 hours, 2 minutes to go. There is the driver that has just set the fast lap of this race. Coming into, that's the number 32 kart. Same colour race suit as PFV. Team 32, that's Atlas. Oh, the Kart Centre Thessaloniki driver from Atlas. Wishes he set the fast lap of the race, but they're doing very well. We're up in the top 10. They've now dropped back to 27th position. The gap between first and second stands at 2 laps. Then there's another 2-lap gap back to Euro Racing ASD. Red Racing Spirit are just 9 seconds behind Euro Racing AFD, so a good battle for 3rd place between Euro Racing from Austria and Red Racing Spirit. Puissance Kart 1 are in the pits for their 10th pit stop. PK16 Racing and are the best placed team, 10 pit stops in kart number 12. They are just half a second in front of Iris Pro. Iris Pro, the pole city kart. Well, Iris Pro, the pole position kart from Switzerland, they led lap 1. They haven't led since. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be in the battle for the victory, although they aren't out of it just yet. Well, actually, they're probably about a lap and a half behind the 28 team when the pit stops play out. But that will put them on par with Young and Wild. Let's have a look. There's the number 18 team. There's the number, that was the number 18. Crossing the start-finish line there. That's PFV. They've just set the fastest lap of the entire race. 1 minute 10.628 seconds. 3 hours to go. We wait for the leader to make what will be 8 pit stops in 3 hours. We'll take a short break. We'll have the full timing and scoring screen coming up. There you have it. And that is things as they stand live after 9 of 12 hours. We'll be back very shortly to bring you the final 3 hours, the final quarter of this 12-hour endurance. Thank you for joining us. Please enjoy the live timing and scoring monitors. Look for your favorite team, your favorite nation, and look at the right-hand side of the screen, the number of pit stops. Those are critical. Each team must make 15 pit stops, and PSA Avogados, they are now making their 12th pit stop. This will be very interesting indeed. They're plummeting down the order in kart number 28, but they have only got 3 more pit stops to make with 3 hours to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can the beautiful sunset behind us. MLB Racing. We spoke to Oakley Racing earlier on from Hungary. This is the second team from the Magyars, the Hungarians. Grigori Ilias and David Varga are in the team, as well as two replacement drivers. You are one of the replacement drivers, sir. How are you finding it?
So far, it has been very good. So we are happy that there is another local team, and we are rivaling against them. And actually, our main objective for today is to be ahead of them. And currently, we are in a very good fight, even though we are a few pits ahead.
So you are currently 28th position, the MLB team, and Oakley Racing are 38th. I'm just looking to see, they've done 11 pit stops, and you have done... Let's have a look. And 10 pit stops, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And so far, my latest stint was very good. Although our beginning of the race wasn't so great. I was the person starting the race, but we did not have a good condition. But we quickly swapped, and now we are picking up the pace and catching up to the Oakley. Yeah.
Now, you said you were a replacement driver. So how much notice did you have that you were going to be racing here? How was it between knowing that you were going to come here and then stepping foot on the circuit?
It is actually not too long ago, just over a month, and basically I participated in the 24-hour race, so I had a good practice already, and I was a person invited, and I'm very happy that.
Very happy because the 24-hour race was obviously very special indeed. 60 teams. This has got 45 teams, but teams from all over the world. 21 participating. What are your thoughts now? Obviously, having done a 24-hour race, you know what it's like racing in the dark. What can we expect from the last 2 hours, 45 minutes?
Hopefully, now that the track conditions are getting a bit colder, now we can pick up the pace and keep ahead of the Oakley team, and and basically for the MLB, it is the second time they participating in the endurance finals, and they are very happy that we come with a strong team this year.
Good. Well, I'm really glad that you took the time to come out and join us here. The one thing, just between you and me, right? Only bad thing about Slovakia at night, mosquitoes. They like me a lot.
Yeah, it is the same. I'm happy that I'm wearing the overall. Otherwise, I would get a lot of bites as well.
Yes, it's not often I say, can I please commentate in a set of overalls? But yes, I mean, I need to lose a bit of weight, but I've given about 8 pints of blood to the local mosquito population. So that's very good. The main thing is that you are enjoying yourself. Is the atmosphere down in the village good?
Yes, it is very good. And I'm happy that the weather is also nice, because on the 24-hour we got rain in the couple of in the last hours, but today the weather looks to be good, so everything is great.
Okay, now last question. You are the MLB go-karting team. Is the Mikulicz Go-Kart Arena, is that right? Mikulicz Go-Kart Arena? Miskovic Go-Kart Arena. Say hello to everybody at the Miskovic Go-Kart Arena and say tuning in to watch the last couple of hours of this race. And who is going to be number one in Hungary?
Remélhetőleg mi fogunk nyerni, szóval üdvözlök mindenkit Miskolcról, és nézzétek a közvetítést, mert még szoros lesz a harc az Oakley és a MLB között.
I think he's saying that we're going to absolutely whip Oakley Race but in the last couple of hours. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Enjoy the last couple of hours. Enjoy the fact that you have not your arms and legs covered, and I am feeding the mosquito population.
And I got a couple of sunburns as well, so it was great.
I trade a bit of sunburn for the bites that I've got. Thank you very much.
Any day.
Cheers. Right, there we go. Thank you very much indeed. Our race leaders are in the pits. Our race leaders are in the pits, making their 8th pit stop. PF Racing, their lead is evaporating. We've had 17 lead changes among 7 teams in this race. Sadly, MLB Racing weren't one of the lead changes. We're going to be racing on track shortly. The cars, notice they've all got headlights and rear lights, so the racing is going to get even more spectacular. Closing stages of the 12-hour Sodi Kart Series Endurance are upon us. Don't go away. Don't miss a thing. Back track action very shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours and 39 minutes to go. The leaders have pitted. PF Racing still have the lead, but it is now only 8 seconds over PFV. But once again, I can see a lot of changes taking place. They've still only made 8 pit stops. And we are watching for kart number 28 on track. 28 PS&A Avogados, the Portuguese team. Trying to see out of the commentary box window where they are. The number 44 team crosses the line. Now, there's a look at the pit lane. A lot of activity going on in the pits at the moment. Karts, you can see the headlights on the karts. Going out there. Now that actually makes, oh dear, that makes the numbers even harder to see, ladies and gentlemen. PF have now made 8 pit stops. Euro Racing SD are still in 3rd place, but they are currently in the pits in kart number 3. And there's an awful lot of teams in the pits. And I'm just looking down to see where Team 28 are. Team 28, well, they've dropped down to 6th position, but they have made 12 pit stops. Young and Wild are 20. They've made 12 pit stops. So, going to be out. Tired. We've had a sorry, 4 seconds. Sofiati is in for his final stint. It's now just 6 seconds behind the race-leading PF Racing team. There's a view at turn number 1. The gap is just 6.6 seconds between first and second. Both leading teams have made 8 pit stops. Team 3 in 3rd place, they're 4 laps behind. So the top 2 teams are 4 laps in front of everybody else, but they are still 7 pit stops away from the 15 pit stop minimum. Now, PF Racing and PPV, watch for kart number 36 and kart number 18. Red Racing in for their 11th pit stop. They're down in 11th position. Iris Pro are 5 laps down. They have got 10 pit stops done. And our pole sitting team are finally clawing their way back into contention. Don't count them out. Atlas in the pits out of 20th position. Red Racing remain in 11th place. Track Limits are also in the pits. So are the Croatians. Presrataci for their 10th pit stop. There is a look. Team number 32. There's the Atlas team in the pit lane now. They go into the holding area. Now, Nicholas Kruger for the race-leading PF Racing team has been their driver has been out there for nearly an hour. A minimum driving stint is 5 minutes. There's the number 30 team. That is Presrataci, the Croatian Interceptors. Bardal Racing from Bulgaria are 33rd at the moment. They have done 12 pit stops as well. Atlas have now made 12 pit stops. Young and Wild in cart number 35. They have made 12 pit stops and they're up to 21st position. PSA Avogados are 16th at the moment. They are 7 laps behind the race leader. But I think they're going to be leading the race at the end of all the pit stops. Now, with the headlights on the front of the car, that's to help the drivers. It does make identifying the race leader, the numbers, even harder for myself and the camera crew. There's the number 37 cart on our screens. And the number 37 cart is the Oakley Racing team, the second of the Hungarian teams at the moment, going through turn number 1 now. Now, let's have a look out. The gap at the front is down to 5.8 seconds. I'll check out the window to see where we are on the circuit. So, look for team 36 and team number 18. So, we wait for the carts to come across the line. There goes the number 44 cart across the line. Now, where is team 36? Young and Wilds go across the line. The race leaders are halfway round the lap now, so they're probably coming down the back of the infield straight towards turn 6 and 7. Now they're into the final sector, so we'll be watching the number 36 team be having to pit soon. And across the line goes number 36. Now, so white crash helmet, blue race suit with white sleeves going into turn number 1 now. That's your race leader. At the top on our screens right now, you're looking at a midfield battle going through turns 10 and 11. That's the Atlas team, the second cart in line. And 3 wide, and Atlas getting shuffled wide there. Well, they're going to need to, and is that track limits? I think that might have been track limits in the white race suit there. Driver not particularly happy. Kart Holovitlik are in the pits. And the number 28 cart, Ruben Conchesau behind the wheel. 15th at the moment. 12 pit stops, 3 to go. 3 pit stops to go. PFV are going to have to pit very, very soon. I think that they will probably hold on to second place at this round of pit stops, but they will still have 6 pit stops to make. Now, there is a battle developing. There are 44 teams in this race. There's a battle developing for 43rd position between Team 4, Blitz Racing from Lebanon, and Team 2, the Bashiri Top Gun Racing Team from Aruba. It's not just about those carts at the front of the field. Every single team is in their own battle. Now, there are 3 laps between Blitz Racing and Bashiri Top Gun Racing, but Bashiri Top Gun Racing, they've got an extra pit stop to make. So maybe it's going to be a little bit tricky. I thought that it was the other way around, but Mazen Haris for the Lebanese team, he is got a little bit more of a gap than I thought. Now, Let's have a look. That was briefly. There we are. There's the number 28 team briefly going through. They are in 15th position. We wait. Andrea Triscello pits in cart number 29. That is the Damuso dad and son team. Still PF Racing have the advantage. 17 lead changes. There will be more. I am sure. Euro Racing, AFD run third. Red Racing Spirit fourth. Watch out for, so Iris Pro are now ahead of the Croatia Racing team. They've made 10 pit stops. And the PK16 Racing team, who've also made 10 pit stops. So Iris Pro are not out of contention for a top 5 finish yet. The Pole City team. Now, more pit lane activity. Who is this coming in? It is, can't see the number on the front of the cart, sadly. I believe it is Felipe Leo. It's Felipe Leo. Or was that Don Kellerman? That may have been Don Kellerman getting in the Bashiri Top Gun Racing cart, number 2. Don Kellerman, the Belgian-born, Aruban domiciled driver. 2 hours, 28 minutes to go. We still wait for Nicolo Soffiati to make his ninth pit stop rather. Felipe Leo in cart number 29. Damuso and so they dropped to 10th position. They'll fall behind Red Racing, cart number 27. They went off strategy a little bit earlier on, and I've got to say, I don't think it's worked for them. Now, local teams, the 2 Slovakian teams, well, Zednik Ostadal for Young and Wild is now up into 20th position. They're just behind Team Kart Holler Vichlik, both on 12 pit stops. So that's a battle. Team Kart Holler Vichlik are in contention for a decent result. They are a lap and a half behind the number 28 team. We haven't seen the number 28 team for a while. Look at all this pit lane activity now. Nobody's had a pit lane penalty for a while. Who was that getting in? Can't see the number on the front of the cart. Very smart race suits. That is, that's the Polish team. That is, let's have a look. Top. I'm trying to see my entry list in the dark commentary box now. No lights in here. That will be Top 1 Karting from Racing Centre Lots, making another driver change. They're down in 3rd position. Cafe Racing, who spent so long in the top 5, they're down in 29th position now. The team from Finland, with Mika Helen behind the wheel. Mika up into 23rd position. PF Racing, we're still waiting. The gap is down to 2 seconds between PF Racing and PFV. I'm going to go and try and find out where they are on circuit. Maybe the cameras can pick up on them. They are in the 2nd sector. And so let's have a look. White helmet, blue race suit, white sleeves. That is your race leader. And let's see as they cross the start-finish line. They're coming up. The race leader crosses the start-finish line now. So the race leader heads down towards turn number 1. And PFV hot on his heels. The gap, 2.4 seconds. They've both got another 7 pit stops to make. 2 hours, 24 minutes remaining. There is the top from Poland. Top one karting on our screens. They've just dropped out of the top 30. Now, who's this coming into the pit lane? It is PFV. So PFV, we've just seen them flash into pits. Our second place team into the pit lane. Nicolo Sofiati, there's the replacement driver waiting to get in. You can see Sofiati just sitting on the back seat of the cart as the staff refuel. New driver gives a thumbs up. Second place team in the pits now. He'll bring the cart up, he'll stop. The driver will then get into the cart that he's told to. Out gets Sofiati. Not much conversation between the two of them. And we wait for the next team to come into the pits. Well, let's see if they come out, how far out in front of Euro Race they come. Got another team coming into the pits. Driver the white race suit on, brings that cart into a standstill. And this would be, that's his Young and Wild. Young and Wild get in their local circuit. So Young and Wild are now making their 13th position. They've gained 17 positions in the last 3.5 hours of this race. Now the number 22 team comes in. They have had a host of penalties. The Lecluse Automobile Club, they've had six laps of penalties. And that looks like the team boss, Jean-Pierre Lecluse, getting in. Just going to check. No one has had any penalties in the last few minutes. Leaders are in. The leaders are in. PF Racing. Going to see them. There he goes, out of the cart in the white crash helmet. PF Racing. Now, a quick chat with his teammate. They were only 2 seconds in front. They have got to be quick in the... Well, they can't be too quick. We've completed 469 laps. Both the leading teams are in the pits, separated by 2.4 seconds. Who is going to come out in front? Team 3, Eurokart Racing. They are on circuit, but we'll be seeing them in the pits very soon. Red Racing Spirit. Now, there is, who's that in the pits? That is the warm-up racing team from Portugal. New driver coming into the pit lane. The number 19 team are in. That is Hammer Time. Hammer Time are in 18th. Warm are not in the top. Oh, they're in 30th position. Young and Wild have dropped back to 27th place. But Young and Wild have only got 2 stops to make. They can do 2 full driver stints now. The only snag that they have is that they've got to hope the next 2 carts they get are very, very good carts. Because if they're stuck with a cart that just isn't performing as well as the others, then they are in that cart for a long time. Now, the race, both first and second place carts are in the pits there. Out goes... Can't see the numbers, sadly. Let's have a look on the monitors. 2 minutes 34 second pit stop for FP Racing. We've got a new race leader. FPV take the lead in the pits with 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. That is our 18th lead change. And it boiled down to the fact that FP Racing took 2 minutes and 34 seconds in the pits, and Fabio Torri and FPV took 2 minutes and 31 seconds. but they are nose to tail out on the circuit, the 18 cart and the 36 cart. The battle for the lead is on with 2 hours and 19 minutes to go. We'll try and find them out on circuit now. It's very difficult for the TV director to see the numbers of the cart, so we'll try and help them out a little bit. Nose to tail for the race lead. The 36 cart and the 18. 18 is leading. There they go, across the start-finish line now. So first and second place, heading off into turn number 1. We have racing for nearly 471 laps. PFV lead the way. There on your screens is the number 28 cart. That's PSNA. Ruben Conchesau behind the wheel. Ruben Conchesau still, I think, that's the team, that's the cart with the blue race suit on, the head of that group you're watching. Even though they're only 12th at the moment, they've done 12 pit stops. The 2 leaders have done 9. There they are. And it's another lead change. PF Racing are back in front. You're looking at the screens after nearly 10 hours of racing. Drivers running first and second. Nose to tail across the line. Down through turn number 1 they go. Inch apart through turn number 1. It's Christian Duvan back in the lead. Torrey is second. Make that 19 lead changes. Through turn number 4. Great camera work there following the leaders up towards turn number 4. It is the white sleeves on the race suit. That's PF Racing. PFV. Fabio Torrey. Chasing hard. How long are they going to stay out there for? They can't stay out for too long. Atlas have made their 13th pit stop. They're down to 34th position, but they've only got 2 pit stops to go. That's 2 full driving stints. These drivers you're looking at on your screens, they've got 6 pit stops to go. They're battling for the race lead. They've been battling for the race lead for most of the second half of this race. They committed to having long, early race stints and then short, late race stints. The risk factor out there is that when it gets dark, some drivers don't like it. There's more potential for incidents, for accidents, maybe for pace car periods. So you want to maybe bulk the pit stops up when the pace you think is going to be slower, when the risks are going to be higher for getting involved in an accident or getting stuck behind an erratic driver or a slow driver who isn't used to driving in the dark. Through turn number 4 we go. Nothing separating them. Well, actually that's a lie. 1 cart length separates the top 2 as we move towards the 11th hour of this race. They're coming up on slower traffic. Now in the dark, traffic is a little bit harder to get round. Visibility isn't as high. Through turn number 2, the pink crash helmet there. Who is that? I think that's the Racing Girls team in cart number 43 and one of the play kart teams in the yellow race suit. So look, is that the number 24 cart? I think it is. Yes, it's the 24 cart. So the 2 leaders. So they've got the Racing Girls, cart number 43 to get past first. The Racing Girls are down they're at 38th position. Euro Racing and Red Spirit Racing are just 2 laps down now in 3rd and 4th positions. And they have made the same amount of pit stops as the 2 leaders. Here goes the leader. PF Racing to the inside of Racing Girls. And PFV, side-by-side contact there with PFV. That's the risk. But they survive. They survive okay. Now out to turn number 9. First and second on your screens. Into turn number 10, the Simon S's. They've got that driver in the yellow race suit to get out of the way. I think that is one of the play kart teams. I stand to be corrected. We're going to find out very, very soon. It was kart 22. I think that they needed to get past. More pit activity. Let's have a little look. So, PF Racing and PFV, nose to tail on the circuit. We wait to see. Right, Team 28 are 12th at the moment. Ruben Conceição. The gap between Conceição and the race leaders in the PS or the PSNA Advogados team is, well, it's 5 laps, but that's nothing with all the pit stops. The Croatia Racing team coming to the pits, 12th pit stop at number 17. Cross the line, down towards turn number 1. There is still to choose the line now, so we'll wait to see the 2 leaders crossing the line. We cut away. Now, who is this in the purple, very distinctive race suit, purple and yellow, or purple and white and luminous yellow, coming through turn number 4. More pit activity. The leaders flash across your screen, going through turn number 3. We'll pick them up on the back straight. Now there is the number 28 team. That is the PSNA Autogaldos team, leading this trio of 3 karts. Ruben Conceição behind the wheel. Don't forget, they under pressure, however. The 2 teams just behind them will get a number check on them as they cross the line. So I'll just poke my head out the window again. So Ruben Conceição in kart number 28 crosses the line. He's got the missed the numbers, unfortunately. It's so difficult to see the numbers here on the circuit. I think Papa Samurai have just walked up onto the balcony. Papa Samurai looking in fun. They've got the obligatory Japanese camera with them, of course, on the selfie stick. Say hello. There we go. Right. Ruben Conceição, kart number 28. Was under pressure. When are we going to see the leaders back into the pit lane? The leaders are still on track. Let's have a look. It's Christian Duvan and Fabio Tari separated by 1/10 of a second. They are halfway around the lap. There is the number 22 team back into the pit lane. That will be the Lecluse Automotive team. Still no more penalties. And right, a rundown. 30-60, PF Karting lead. PFV second. The number 3 team, Euro Racing, a third. Red Racing Spirit are 4th, just 14 seconds behind third place team Euro Racing. The Joker team are 5th, a further lap behind. There is Ruben Conceição, and is that the number 21 team just behind them? Is that Papa Samurai sitting right behind the number 28 team as they come down the infield straight? Well, we'll soon have a reaction from the Japanese collective on the podium here. Papa Samurai are up there. Coming down towards this turn now. 2-1. Yes, I'm getting nods. So it's the number 21 kart sitting just behind the number 28 kart. The white race suit, that's Papa Samurai. But the number 28 kart coming through turn number 12 now. There's, well, I know it's strange we're talking about the kart in, it's the number 13 team, sorry. It's the number 13 team, Track Limits, that are chasing down, but the leaders are bearing down on kart number 28. Now, there goes the 17 team across the line, and trying to still see where the 18 and the 36 teams are. There goes the number 43 team across the line. He's separated by the width of a car brace. There they are on the circuit, coming through turn number 10 and into turn 11 now. They are your race leaders. Team 36, followed by Team 18. They've got that driver with the yellow race suit directly in front of them still. It is... I still can't see the number on that yellow car. But anyway, it's a back marker, and he or she does not have to get out of the way. No blue flags in endurance racing. And they've got another driver now to tackle, the two leaders. Is this an opportune moment to maybe duck out of things and make their 10th pit stop? 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. There are the number 35 team. No, that's a race leader, the 36 team. There's your leader on screen. Now, who's this? This is Mr. Novak getting in the number 23 kart. So this is Cafe Racing. You have seen very little of Cafe Racing. They were right up at the front, then they've had a couple of penalties. They now drop back to 25th position. Young and Wild remain 23rd. They're not climbing up the order as much as I thought they were going to, although they only have 2 pit stops to go. In fact, they're the only team in the top 28 that only have 2 pit stops to go. So Young and Wild, they're still going to be moving up the order as we reach the final 2 hours of this race. Here are your leaders. Now, Christian Duvan has got to try and get past the 2 karts directly in front of him. He gets past one, not quite sure. That is the Lecluse team, I believe. Croatia Racing are still 14th. They've dropped to 14th. They've made 12 pit stops. They are a lap now behind the 28th PS&A Advogados team. It is the number 24 team, the Play Kart team, who are in 35th position at the moment, but the driver's very quick, and he is not holding up the leaders. The leaders are still lapping 1 minute 11.2, 1 minute 11.3, 3/4 of a second separate the top 2. 2 hours and 5 minutes. Oh. Euro Racing in kart 3, still running 3rd place. Red Racing Spirit, kart 10, still running 4th. The number 1 team, the Joker team, still run in 5th position. Poussins kart 1, run in 6th. Iris Pro are 7th. Then it's PK16 and Red Racing 8th and 9th, with the number 14 team rounding out the top 10. The Sun Life Racing team, the Lignano circuit. So Sun Life Racing, they've only made 10 pit stops though. PS&A Avogados are now 11th overall. Old Dark are 12th. Croatia Endurance team are 13th. Then it is Team Kart Holler Vitlik in kart number 33 up in the 15th position with 12 pit stops already made. Wait to see when the two leaders will make their next pit stop. And, oh, there's PFE getting caught up. That's what PFE did want. That's the risk you run with traffic in the dark. Not everybody is as confident as other drivers in the dark. And PFE getting caught up there behind that driver with a white race suit. Not necessarily that driver's fault. Try and see who that driver was. As they come across the line. It goes the number 2 car across the line. It was the number 13 car. So it was Track Limits who are, well, Track Limits, they're down in 40th position at the moment. 40th position for Track Limits. And, well, they don't want to affect the outcome of the race. Unbelievably, there have been no more penalties so far. Lucas Breit for Karthala Vitlik. They're in the pits for their 13th pit stop right now. Croatia Racing, 12 pit stops in 14th position. Now we're starting to look. Okay, the Joe out of 5th position. They're making and 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. Up into lap lead, but they made 11 pits. Now, don't count out team number 7, Iris Pro, the pole sitting team. We are, okay, here's another fact. We are on lap 486. Iris Pro led lap number 1. They have not led another lap since. But of the teams that have made 11 pit stops, they are the best placed. They are half a lap or so ahead of PK16 Racing. Iris Pro are potentially racing for a podium at the moment. Kart number 7, Puissance Kart, now make their 11th pit stop. That will put Iris Pro up into 5th position, and they are 4 laps behind the leaders, and the top 4 teams have all made 2 pit stops fewer than Team 16. Iris Pro have not been in the top 3 since about the 5th minute of this race. We are now approaching the 10-hour mark. In fact, 9 hours and 59 minutes racing. Iris Pro have gone on a strategy that I've got to confess I haven't followed. They dropped so far down the order. And at one point in the middle of the race, their pace didn't look that strong. But they are now coming back into play. The best placed teams that have made 13 pit stops, well, PS and A Avogados are in the pits for their 13th pit stop. Out of 11th place, there is, well, that is, I think, is the other Portuguese team working racing now. Where are the number 28 team? You can see the driver in the blue race suit, the back of your picture on the screens now. He comes forward. The other cart's being refueled. Ruben Conchesau is going to get out of the cart. Who is going to get in the number 28 cart? It's going to be... Conchesau can't stay in the cart. Right, we'll have to come back with a number check on that. PFV have taken the lead because PF Racing are in the pits. Race leaders in the pits. And PFV take over for the 20th official lead change of the race. There, right front and centre on your screens. Conchexao gets out. And getting in. Have to double check the name on the car, the driver getting in, but the leaders are in. PFV take the lead. Euro Racing are in. Iris Pro Racing are in for their 12th stop. Red Racing Spirit move into third position. When are we going to see PFV come into the pits? It's not going to be long. Normally we would cut away at this point to show you the block of positions, but with the action in the pit lane, it's just too close to call at the moment. Lead changes happening all the time as we enter the 11th and penultimate hour of this absolutely fascinating, gripping, thrilling endurance race. Now we wait. Torri, Fabio Torri continues out on the circuit. Croatia Endurance are also in the pits. PK16 Racing in the pits. Out goes PSA Advogados, a perfect pit stop. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's Miguel Nieto behind the wheel now of the number 28 kart. Vika Schleitz is back in the car. We saw Vika Schleitz to PF Racing overturn a 30-second deficit to take the lead a few hours ago. Here is the results on the screen. PFV Racing will take a very short break. You watch on the screen the results. PF Racing lead, but they have got still 6 pit stops in 2 hours to make. Don't go away. There's the full rundown on your screens. Enjoy that for the moment. We'll be right back to see if we can get yet another lead change. We've had 20 lead changes between 7 teams, and it is not over yet, not by a long shot.
on fire. I'll make you jump like you touch a live wire. Ain't no sitting down when I get in the zone. Just give me my crown, let the king take his throne. Clap your hands, just clap your hands, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3. Clap your hands, just clap them for me, give 'em a clap. Like 1, 2, 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is the live running order. After 10 hours and 13 minutes, 497 laps have been completed. PFV lead, but only by a lap from PF Racing. Red Racing Spirits are up in the third position, but they are 2 laps behind PFV and have done the same amount of pit stops. Sun Life Racing are making them. They are now running in 5th position, but they have made 10 pit stops. Look for cart number 11, Puissance Racing, Puissance Cart 1. They are 7th, but have done 11 stops. Iris Pro have done 12 pit stops, and they are 26 seconds in front of PK16 Racing, who have also done 12 pit stops. But the team that we have to watch, even though they are our team 28, the answer is they are 15th. They have done 13 of their 15 pit stops. And they may be 15th, but they are only 7 laps off the lead. 2 minutes 30 is the minimum pit stop time. Looking down, if we had any more penalties in the last few minutes, the answer is no. And we wait for lap 409. There is a look at the village where the podium presentation will take place at the end of this race. PFV are about 10 seconds away from putting PF Racing 2 laps down, but PF Racing are lapping a lot quicker. I think PF Racing are going to take the lead of this race the next time Fabio Torri brings the number 18 cart into the pit lane. Vika Schlitz, who has already performed miracles this afternoon for the PF Racing team. He's on board again, doing 1 minute 10s. The leaders are in. Leaders are in the pits. The number 18 cart in the pit lane. They've got the best lap of the race so far, 1 minute 10.438. We'll wait to see when the lead changes. You're looking at turn 13 on your screens. Turn number 3. Here's the pit lane. And here comes the race leader into the pits. Fabio Torri has to be brought into the pits. Oh, what has gone wrong there? He's brought over there. This is not affecting the pit lane time. The pit stops must be 2 minutes and 30 seconds minimum. He gets out of the cart, takes his lead weights out. He struts away. The next driver is just to the left of the camera. and is about to get in. We wait to see. They still lead the race. Will PF Karting take over top spot? Sorry, PF, the number 36 team, the German team PF Racing. Will we have a new leader? 1 minute 22 seconds on the clock. 1 minute 23. They've still got a minute to sit in the pits. Red Racing Spirit up to third position, but they have now made the fewest pit stops of anyone in the race. They have still got 6 pit stops to make. So, unfortunately, for the number 10 Red Racing Spirit team, they are going to begin sliding down the order very soon. Boris Bouvier is getting in the leading part. It was Bouvier versus Schlates earlier on, and Schlates got the upper hand. 30 seconds left for the PFV team. These two teams are 3 laps in front of everybody else on the same, 2 laps rather, in front of everybody else on the same pit strategy as them. We still wait. PFV have just got 5 seconds left in the pits. They head out now. 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Will that 1 second be vital? The answer is yes, it will. On lap number 500. Move back into the race lead by 4.6 seconds. There on screen is the Croatia Racing team. Croatia Racing there in 11th place in kart number 17. So PF Racing from Germany, representing the Cool Runners karting circuit, have the lead of the race. Now we know that Vika Schlitz, he's got the bright gold crash helmet, the blue race suit with the white sleeves. At the moment, well, he's going to be coming towards the end of the lap shortly to complete lap number 501. On your screen, that's the number 10 kart. That's Red Racing Spirit. That's the 3rd place kart in the race at the moment, coming out of the final corner. And the lead across the start-finish line now. Into turn number 1. See if we can spot the bright gold. Well, we're not going to spot the bright gold crash helmet with all the headlights ablaze on the karts. As Red Racing Spirit make a move, they pass a number of slower karts. The 3rd place, this is Stefano Pallavicini aboard the Red Racing Spirit kart. In 3rd, but Pallavicini is going to have to pit very, very soon. There's kart number 28. That is the PS&A Advogados team. PS&A Advogados. And the leader is just behind. Well, this is interesting. When the pit strategies play themselves out, PS&A Advogados, I think, going to be leading the race. They do not want to be put another lap down by the race leaders. The race leaders and the potential race winners are on the same straight. They're neck and neck, and will go past turn 1. Even though Advogados are only 15th, they have got 2 pit stops left to make. And Schlitz has 5 pit stops left to make. At the moment, Advogados are 5 laps off the race lead. And it's about 2.5 laps per pit stop. This could be critical. On your screens there, 1st place puts the 15th place kart 6 laps down. But the 1st place kart has got to spend 5 minutes extra in the pits in the next 99 minutes than the team in the 2nd cart on your screen, cart number 28. 1 minute 10 laps. So 5 minutes. How many laps can you do in 5 minutes? At 1 minute 10. The answer is about 4.5. Maybe 5. Maybe nearly 5 laps. So PF Racing have got to give up effectively 5 laps to that team they've just passed. The team they have just put 6 laps down. That is why that could be a critical move. PF Racing, with 98 minutes to go, Vicar Schlietz behind the wheel. He's not going to be behind the wheel too long, however. He is going to have to pretty soon. He's been out there for 19 minutes. PFV second. They are 5 seconds back. As things stand, PF Racing, PFV, Iris Pro, and SWS are going to be the 4 teams battling for the race win. Iris Pro in cart number 7 at 8th, with Sven Baumberger behind the wheel. I wonder, in just over an hour and a half's time, if we're going to see Team 36, Team 18, Team 7, and Team 28 in the top 4 positions. Let's see. 21 lead changes among 7 teams. It has been about 6.5 hours since Kart 28 led this race, maybe 7 hours. And Burrow 11, Need for Speed Racing, down in 30th position, have just set the fastest lap of this race. To show you just how intensely competitive this is. Now, where is Auto Galvas? I think PSNA Automotive have pitted again. Yes, they have. Hammer Timer in the pit. So PSNA Avogados are back in the pits for their penultimate stop. Miguel Nieto will get out of the kart. Who's that coming in? That is Hammer Time in the pits. Here is the number 14 kart in the pits as well. That would be the Sun Life Racing team. PF Racing lead by 6.4 seconds. Red Racing Spirit, Team 10, are also in the pits. There's the driver change for PSNA Avogados. Who else have we got in the pit lane there? The driver with the rib protector on, the yellow, or the black trousers, the black leggings, the yellow back to his race suit. Can't quite see the number on that kart because the Portuguese driver is blocking our view. So we wait. Any more penalties? Have we had any more pit lane penalties? No, we haven't, not for a while. Young and Wild, with 13 pit stops to their name, are now up into the top 20. The leading Slovakian team. PSNA Avogados are down to 16th position. No, make that 17th position. I've got to say, they've got a lot of pit stops in hand, but 17th position, that's an awful lot of track time and karts they've got to try and get past. Okay, they will pass some of those karts, a lot of those karts in the pits, but they're going to have to work very, very hard indeed. There is the number 10 kart on our screens. That is Red Racing Spirit. They're down to 4th position now. Or is that the number 3 kart? Because Euro Racing ASD are into 3rd position. Euro Racing ASD having a very, very solid drive. Stefano Konachin behind the wheel. That is the track limits cart, number 13, going across. But Euro Racing ASD, with 94 minutes of racing to go, are on the podium, although they have only made 10 pit stops. And they're 2 laps behind the 2 leaders who have made the same amount of pit stops. Lorenzo Palumbo. It's going to be a battle between Euro Racing ASD and Red Racing Spirit to the flag. Old Dark are now in the pit lane. Old Dark, team number 20, making their 11th pit stop. They're up to 6th position. They will drop down, but Old Dark, the team from Karthalle Wittlich, but they're a French team. Jefferson Dumas, Mikhail Petit, Remy Perez, and Tom Wadeau. So back with Team 28 on our screens. Coming through the final corner, Team 28, they are in 19th position. 19 position, but they've only got 1 pit stop to make. Vika Schlitz leads for PF Racing. Boris Bouvier, 6 seconds behind in P2. 21 lead changes. There's your race leader going through your screens now with a gold crash helmet. There he is, looking over his shoulder. Vika Schlitz. Bouvier in second, Cornic in third, Palumbo. Then Willem Cotto Niguil for the Puissance karting team. Sven Baumberger still aboard the number 7 car. Ires Pro, don't count them out just yet. Red Racing are back into 7th position. At one point, I thought they had the race lead. They're 5 laps down, however. And they are behind Iris Pro by about half a lap on strategy. A top 10 finish is still possible for Red Racing. Maybe even a top 6 finish at a push. I think they are not going to be the factor. Damuso, dad and son are back into 8th position. Hooligan Racing from the UAE. They're 9th. They made 11 pit stops. Joker team are 10th. Sun Life Racing, Old Dark. And then making their 13th position is kart number 7 from Spain, the Creatia Racing team. Creatia Racing. Team Karthalle Wittlich are up in the 16th place. Young and Wild break into the top 20. They're up to 18th position now, Young and Wild. And they have, let's have a look, they've got 2 more pit stops to make. Ruben Conchechao is back behind the wheel for Team PSNA Avogados. Young and Wild now moving to 17th position. But they are behind Karthalle Wittlich on strategy. Team Karthalle Wittlich could come out of this with a top 10 result. So Young for Slovakia. PF Racing and PFV. So Victor Schlitz is pulling away again. Well, Vika Schlitz is having an absolutely storming drive, and certainly I said that they'd be feeling a bit of the pain later on in the race, but their pace is minimizing that pain. And once again, they're coming up behind Ruben Conchechao. Now, PSNA Avogados are 8 laps down. But they've got 1 pit stop to make. Vika Schlitz has got 5. And there goes Schlietz past the number 28 team again. No, actually, I do apologise. That's not the number 28 team he's gone past. Try and get a number check on that cart next time around. The driver with the pink and blue race suit. Schlietz. Has to be pitting before long. We're on lap 512. Less than 90 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 90 minutes to go. We will be bringing you the last hour of this race completely uninterrupted. We will take a short break in a little while, but then it will be constant coverage to the finish of this race. Just under 90 minutes to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, with 86 minutes of racing left, we are watching Vic Schlietz lead by upwards of 8 seconds. In fact, I think the gap may have grown. It's actually shrunk down to 7.8 seconds. Red Racing Spirit are back in the pits. So we are going to take our last break so that viewers on motorsport.tv can appreciate sponsors that make this event happen, can make the coverage happen, and then we will join you uninterrupted for the last hour and change of this race. PF Racing lead, PFV second, Euro Racing third, Puissance Kart fourth, Red Racing Spirit fifth, then Red Racing in sixth. Russell, Dad and Son and the Joker team are your leading contenders. We have got 85 minutes of this 12-hour Sodi World Series International Final Endurance race to go. And for the final time in the coverage, we will give you a short break to recharge your glasses wherever you're watching from in the world, wherever you're watching from in the paddock. Get your drinks, get your snacks in, because as PFV, the second place team, head into pits with Damiano Marquesan coming back out. Bouvier hands over to Marquesan. The leaders will be in shortly. We'll catch up with that after this next break. Don't go away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and you join us right with an hour and 15 minutes to go and the top two teams in the pit lane. This will be their 12th stop for both teams. Boris Bouvier is going to be getting out of the PFV cart very shortly, or has he just got back in? So they both had their 11th pit stop while we were away. And PFV head out onto the circuit. 2 minutes 31 seconds in the pits. Boris Bouvier back aboard. Now, Vika Schlitz. Is Vika Schlitz going to stay aboard the car? He's got out. A short stint for Kruger. And then Schlitz getting back in. Puissance Kart 1. The third place team are also in the pits for their 12th pit stop, as are Euro Racing, whilst Damuso Daddenson are in the pits for their 13th pit stop. Of the top 5 teams currently in the pits, making some of their final stops now. PF Racing, I've got 8 seconds left, 5 seconds now, 4, 3, 2, 1. They go out after a 2 minute 31 second pit stop. There's Puissance Kart, the foreground of the camera shot. That is Willem Cotto Nguile in the pits. And PF Racing lead by 9 seconds. PF Racing, after these pit stops, lead by 9 seconds. Now, where are some of the Red Racing are back up into 5th position. They are with Lucas Urbani behind the wheel. Well, they're still 2 minutes behind the race leader. So Red Racing are 2 minutes behind the race leaders. That you're looking at them on the screen now, coming across the line. Is this the number 27 kart? Going into turn number 1. See, they come back into view. Yeah, I think that is Red Racing. That's Urbani behind the wheel. They are up into 3rd position now. PF Racing lead by 8.7 seconds. They still have 3 pit stops to make, though. There they are. Victor Schlitz, he is your race leader. While we were away, they made 1 pit stop. The drive in a minimum 5 minute stint, and then handed back to Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz. Now, there are minimum and maximum driving times for every single team, every single driver. So it's not as though we're saying there's our 2nd place team going across that finish line, I think, Boris Bouvier. So it's not a case of some of these teams have got drivers and they're only doing 20 minutes out of 12 hours. No, they will all be doing, I think everyone's got to do at least 2 hours behind the wheel. Or at least 2 hours and 30 minutes or something like that out of the 12 hours. But obviously, drivers that are the slower of the 4 drivers in each team, drivers that are the slower of the 4, they will do slightly less time than the quicker drivers. There is Vika Schlitz. The gap, 8.6 seconds. Red Racing are 1 lap back in 3rd position. We're on lap number 523. And actually, well, Lucas Urbani is going to cross the start-finish line now. And Urbani on the same strategy. He is still a lap down. Sun Life Racing are up into 4th position, but they've only made 11 pit stops. Then it is Puissance Kart 1, 12 pit stops. Euro Racing have dropped to 6th on 12 pit stops. Red Racing Spirits have dropped to 7th on 12 pit stops. PK16 Racing are 8th with 13 pit stops. Then it is Creatia Racing 9th with 13 pit stops, and Damuso Dad and Son 10 pit stops. Joker Racing are 11th, and PSNA Advogatos with 14 pit stops are 4 laps behind the leaders with 1 pit stop to remaining in 12th position. A little bit further back, Team Kart Holoviclik have made 14 pit stops, and they are in 14th place. Young and Wild are 20th with 14 pit stops. And we've now had Aries Pro, team number 7, are making their 15th and final pit stop. They will be right to the end of this race. So let's see. The pole sitting kart, Alexis Bourcoy, will get in for the final hour and 9 minutes of this race. He's only done an hour and 29 minutes. He is going to take the pole. Here is Pro to the end. I'm looking down. Do we have any more penalties? No, we haven't. So here is Pro. They come out of the pits. 2 minutes 31 pits. They are 23rd. Mark that down. Here is Pro are 23rd. They've made all their pit stops in kart number 7. They will now go all the way to the end. Sun Life Racing come in from 4th position. PF Racing lead by 8.5 seconds. They cross the start-finish line. Well, the second place team, Boris Bouvier, he is in this bunch of karts you're watching on your screens now. He'll be in the number 18 kart for the PFV Racing team. I think Bouvier is just in front of these 4 karts. Yes, there's Bouvier coming through turn number 4 now. Red Racing, the 3rd place team, are, I think that's Red. This group of greens now. Looks the Athens karting, the Atlas karting team from Thessaloniki in Bouvier, running in 2nd position as they drive with the blue and white crash helmet. That would be Atlas Racing, kart number 32. Gets quite unceremoniously eased out of the way. Bouvier. And Bouvier is now your new race leader because PF Racing are back in the pits. Lead change number 22. Bouvier, there he is. He's your new leader. There is Christophe Duvan. So Duvan will get in for PF Racing. This is their 13th pit stop. PFV will now try, and Boris Bouvier has got clean track in front of him. We're looking at him on the screen. There were no lapped traffic. There's Bouvier coming through turn number 9 now. Look at that, no traffic. This is good news for Boris Bouvier. He's got to gain 8 seconds if he can. As PF Racing, there they are. There's the team we're leading. Century of screen sat in the pit lane waiting to go out. Lucas Urbani for Red Racing still runs in third position in cart number 27. Puissance cart run fourth. Euro Racing a fifth. Red Racing Spirit a sixth. Where are PSA? They're 12th. And Iris Pro are 23rd. Iris Pro 23rd, but they've made all their pit stops. They are 6 laps off the race leader, who you're looking at on your screens now. Boris Bouvier for PFV Racing. But Bouvier will have to pit soon. He's been on track for 10 minutes. Lucas Urbani is up into second place for Red Racing. 1 lap back. But he's on the same strategy as PFV. New personal best lap for team number 12. PK16 Racing. 1 minute 10.504. They are 7th. They've made 13 pit stops. Euro Racing are in the pits from 5th position. Bouvier still got all this clean track. This is working out very nicely for Boris Bouvier. This could be a critical moment as well. Now, looking down, has anybody else made all 15 pit stops? No, Team Karthala Vitlik have only got 1 pit stop left to make. So have, obviously, PSA Autogalvos. And Young and Wild, who are 19th, have only got 1 pit stop left to make. Euro Racing, there they are in the pits. Driver goes out with a dark, almost fleece over his race suit. Christian Duvan is 1 lap and 13 seconds behind Boris Bouvier. Might be a bit more than that. There is one of the play kart teams. That is kart number 38. And they are, that is the play kart CME team. They're 30th overall in that number 38 kart. Bouvier heads out onto the back straight. Play kart CME come around the final corner. There's number 13, that is Track Limits. They're in the pits for their final stop. Bushiri Top Gun Racing. They are down in last position, 44th place, but they make their final pit stop. So they will now go all the way to the end. 13 Track Limits. They will go out in 41st position. And Damiano Marquesan. So the race leaders are in the pits. The leaders are in the pits. Damiano Marquesan will take over. Is this going to hand the lead back to, well, could Red Racing take the lead? For the first time all race, Red Racing could be the 8th different team to lead a race. Do you know what? As long as they don't pit now, they're going to take the lead only briefly. And look at that on the right-hand side of your screen. The 2 drivers in the bright blue race suits. That is PSA Advogados making their 15th and final pit stop. Let's see where they come out in comparison to Team 7. Alexis Bourcoy, the Iris Pro team, who still run 23rd. We're going to see if we have our 8th different leader. Red Racing, they're not going to be in the lead for long because they will have to make 3 more pit stops in the last hour. Now, is that grip kart we're looking at on our screens? So we wait for PFE. They're still in the pits. Damiano Marquesan getting in. Lucas Urbani hasn't made up the time yet. Urbani, well, Marquesan has got 30 seconds left in the pits. There is the number 34 team. That is Anubi Racing in 20th position. And there we go. Red Racing lead for the first time all race. We have 8 different leaders and 23 lead changes. PF Racing move back into P2. Here's the battle on track between PF Racing and PFE. They are separated by 9 seconds. Christian Duvan against Damiano Marquesan, both with 2 pit stops left to go. Urban and Red Racing lead by 12 seconds. Here we go. 1 hour remaining. This is the race live, the full 44 teams. Red Racing leading by 12 seconds, having made 12 pit stops. PF Racing in kart 36 are in P2. They have made 13 pit stops. PFB, 9 seconds further back, have made 13 pit. They are in third. Puissance Kart 1 are in fourth. Then PK16 Racing are in fifth. But PK16 Racing have also made 13 pit stops. It looks like it could be a good battle between PK16 Racing and the Croatia Racing team. Red Racing Spirit are 6th there in the pits. So Croatia Racing, they will move back up into 6th position. They are chasing PK16 Racing, 20 seconds between them. Damuso Dad and Son are in the pits. That will push them down to 9th position. Mikhail Petit for kart team number 20. Team number 20 is the Old Dark team. They've been dark horses. They are up into 8th position. They made 13 pit stops. Euro Racing, they were 3rd not long ago. They're down to 9th now. Damuso Dad and Son and the Joker team, 10th and 11th, making their penultimate pit stops. Hammer Time are in 12th position. Then it is the number 16 team. Jonathan Crespo behind the wheel. The number 16 team is the Croatia Endurance team. They are up into 13th place. The Damuso Racing team are making their 13th pit stop. They are P14. Team Kart Holovitlik, team 33, they are making their 13th pit stop now in 15th position. And then it is Hoonigan Racing. They've made 13 pit stops, or Team Hart Kolovik have made 14. Hoonigan Racing have made 13. Sun Life Racing are in 17. Young and Wild, with just 1 pit stop to go, are 18th. And PSNA Advogados, with no pit stops remaining, they are, let's have a look, they are 19th at the moment. The Iris Pro team are still 23rd. The difference between PS Advogados and Iris Pro is about a lap and a half. So Iris Pro are actually it's a bit closer than that. So PSNA Advogados, let me see, 12, 17. It's actually 25 seconds between the Portuguese team, PSNA Advogados, and Iris Pro for the two teams that have made all their pit stops. Less than half a minute. So Iris Pro still potentially in with a shout of victory. They've got to make about half a minute on Duarte Lopez in the number 28 cart. Lucas Urbani continues to lead for Red Racing. But it's the teams in 18th and 22nd position now that we have to watch. They don't have to make stops. Either do Bardal Racing, the Bulgarian team, Bardal Racing, cart number 8. They are in the pits at the moment for the final time. Made their final pit stop. Meanwhile, Young and Wild, with one pit stop to go, they are up to 15th place. They were 38th at the halfway point. 38th at the halfway point with an hour to go. Now in the top 15. Great strategy for Young and Wild. They are the best of the two Slovakian teams. The other Slovakian team, cart number 42, the Masters team, they are down in 29th position with one pit stop left to go. Red Racing to lead by 12 seconds. They have 3 pit stops remaining. You can see down at the bottom of the order, Lebanon's Blitz Racing run in 43rd place, and Aruba's Don Kellerman for the Bashiri Top Gun Racing team, they run in 44th. Young and Wild move up 18th position. Red Racing will have to start making pit stops very quickly. 53 minutes to go. That is the final full rundown we will give you until the race is over. Watch on the live timing, www.sodiworldseries.com for live timing. Burrow 11, Need for Speed, down in 33rd place, have set the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 10.432. They've had 5 laps worth of penalties and they're 8 laps off the lead. The Ukrainian team would be in the top 6 if it wasn't for that one pit lane mistake earlier on. So that is the running order. With 52 minutes left to go, we have done 536 laps. Here is a look at the pit lane, which is going to be a very busy place in the next 52 minutes. There's the number 9 team making another pit stop. That is the Kurvenwasser KRT team from Austria. Here's your race leader, team number 27, Red Racing. But they're going to have to make 3 more pit stops in the next 52 minutes. They lead by 11 seconds. PF Racing a second. Duarte Lopez is still 16th. And Eris Pro are still 20th. 6th and 20th, the two teams, the two best placed teams that have made all their pit stops. 51 minutes to go, and you cannot pick a winner. You cannot pick a winner. The amount of different strategies is absolutely fascinating. Yeah, Racing, PFV. Old Dark are running 5th. They've still got 3 pit stops to go, as have Pushen's cart. Teams at Old Dark will fall down the order, but they have still driven very, very well. Papa Samurai, the Japanese, they're running in 26th position. The team from Finland, KKWCS, they are running in 25th position. There is your leader. by now only by 10 seconds. They've got 3 pit stops left to make, 50 minutes in which to make them. The team managers will have their own strategy. Not sure it's going to be enough to give them a win. It could be enough to give them a top 5 finish. The final strategy may not play out until literally the last 15 minutes of this 12-hour race. Now, who's this into the pits? There's cart number 10. That's Red Racing Spirit. And that is Mr. Palumbo getting into the cart. We spoke to Mr. Palumbo earlier on, Lorenzo Palumbo. He is taking over the team that are now down in 11th position. But this is their 14th pit stop. Right, Christian Duvan is in the pits. Duvan is pitting in the number 36 cart. We will see Duvan. There he is at the back of your screens. So Urbani continues on his way. He'll be pitting in the next 2 minutes. Damiano Marquezan for PF, he moves into second place. He will take over the lead when Urbani pits. Puissance cart also in the pit lane. And the leaders are in. Red Racing, cart number 27, comes into the pit lane for their 13th pit stop. And we wait for another lead change. Team number 18, Damiano Marquezan, aboard the number 18 PFV cart, is going to take the lead of this race. Or is he? Because he is pitted as well. Marquezan's in. In fact, all 4 of the leaders are in the race because Anthony Mio for Puissance Kart is in the pits in 4th place. PF Racing are pitting as well. This will be the 14th pit stop for both PFV and PF Racing. PF Racing are going to be the first team out of the pit lane. We wait to see. No penalties. The Greek air horn for Team Atlas is still doing a fantastic job. It's got more gas in its lungs than I have. And I blow out a lot of hot air, trust me. Now, Red Racing stay in the pits. PF Racing come out of the pits. 2 minutes 30. Back on track. Vika Schmitz, he has got one more pit stop, but Vika is not going to finish the race. But he is back on track before PFV. Red Racing are going to be the next team out. Red Racing managing to hold on to the lead of this race so far. They've got 30 seconds left in the pits. It's going to be Suardi, Michele Suardi, aboard the number 27 cart when he comes back out. And we wait 2 minutes 28, 2 minutes 29, 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 31. He comes out, he loses a second in the pit lane. Does Luardi. There he goes across the start-finish line. Still, Suardi still in the lead. Boris Bouvier is about to come out of the pits in the next 10 seconds. PF Racing move into P2. Bouvier will come out of the pits in kart number 18. Now, 2 minutes 31. There goes Bouvier. The top three separated by 24 seconds. But Red Racing have an extra pit stop to make, and that will drop them behind both PF Racing and PFV. So, their time at the front of this race will be not for much longer, but they are playing themselves into a position where they can challenge potentially for a podium. Where are the teams that have made all 15 of their pit stops? Well, the answer is PSA 14th place and Iris Pro 17th place. There is about a minute between them. We've now got 4 karts on the lead lap because Puissance kart 1, Willem Coto Nagil, they are now on the lead lap, 57 seconds behind Racing. They've done the same amount of pit stops as Red Racing, so they're about a minute behind the race leaders when strategy plays out. But that's not going to be for the race lead. That's going to be for about 5th or 6th position, I think. PF Racing lead Boris Bouvier and the PFV team by 14 seconds. Still, Michele Suardi leads the race, only by a 10-second margin. PK16 Racing a 5th, Briatia Racing a 6th, Damuso Dad and Son a 7th. Then we got Old Dark, Hammer Time, Kart Holler Vitlik, and the number 1 Joker team. They're both making their final pit stop now. They are currently 10th and 11th. Young and Wild are up into 12th place for Slovakia. And then in 13th position, PSA Advogados. Where were they with an hour to go? I think they were 6th. I think it was 17th and 23rd. 23rd for Iris Pro. They're up to 15th position. There's the Joker team. Who is going to be the driver running to the finish for them? Up to 13th position at the moment. The race leader comes across the line. Now, Red Racing move on to lap 3. Closing in. They're just 9.8 seconds. There is the race leader, Red Racing, across the line now. Down towards turn number 1. PF Racing are just 9.6 seconds further back. PFV, well, they are falling away a little bit. The gap is now 14 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Duarte Lopez, the number 20 team, yesterday Advogados. And gain. Top 4 teams are on the lead, 41 minutes to go. Red Racing continue to lead. We have had 23 lead changes so far. Red Racing and Bouvier. Will PF Racing try to take a Schlietz in the carts for the run to the flag? No drop. More than a certain amount of time on the circuit. They'll be managing that time. Iris Pro around the top 10. Suddenly, the teams that have made all their pit stops are flying up the order. PS&A Advogados have gained 10 places in the last hour. Here is Pro have gained 13 positions in the last hour. There is the 23 team in the pit lane. That is the Cafe Racing team from the Czech Republic. They are down in 36th position. It's been an absolute nightmare for them in the second half of this race. Red Racing are in. The leaders are in the pits. PF Racing will take the lead back in a few seconds. There goes Vika Schlietz across the start-finish line, and we have our 24th lead change. Schlietz has one more pit stop. He will not take the kart to the finish. Will he try and stay in the kart until the last possible minute? You can see PFV Racing on your screens there. They're preparing for a pit stop as well. They're preparing for their final pit stop. Now, suddenly, we look down the order. PSNA Advogados are in 8th position. Ires Pro up into 10th. They're the leading two teams that have completed all their pit stop. Croatia Racing are in the pit lane at the moment for their final pit stop. Let's try and find the race leaders. We got 545 minutes, 39 minutes to go. You cannot take your eyes off this race for a second. There goes across the screen briefly the number 28 kart. And PS and A are still 8th. Young and Wild have gained 31 places in the last 5.5 hours. They are up into 9th place, but they still have one more pit stop to go. There is your race leader on the screen with a gold crash helmet. Is it going to be a gold medal for the German team? PFV or Red Racing are back in the pits for their 14th stop. They're 3rd at the moment. They will come out. Where will they come out? 228, 229, 230. Perfect pit stop for Red Racing. Marco Zippoli takes the wheel of the number 27. They have Damuso Dad and Son in kart number overtaken Red Racing for 3rd place on the teams with Young and Wild now into P5. The top 5 teams have all got one pit stop to make, but the team in 6th position, PS and A, have made all their pit stops. Iris Pro, let's have a little look. Iris Pro, they're a lap down now, so Iris Pro aren't going to be battling for the race lead. They could be battling for a podium. PS and A are 2 laps and 7 seconds behind the race leader, Vika Schlietz. Bouvier is 30 seconds down. There is your race leader. PF Racing from Germany, coming through turn number 9, lapping a slower kart. He's got a 13-second advantage. Now the 3rd place team, Damuso Dad and Son, are 4 seconds in front of Red Racing. For the 3rd and final podium position, Andrea Truschello with his and 1 minute 10.667. Kart 29, Damuso Dad and Son are doing their best laps of the entire race so far. They're going to need to if they're going to hold off Red Racing. Young and Wild are a further lap behind them with 1 pit stop to go. But Young and Wild are just, 38th to 5th in 5.5 hours. for Slovakia's young and wild team. They may not end up 5th. I think they're going to end up in the top 10. It's been a fantastic strategy for that team, I've got to say. Iris Pro are 8th. The question is, when will PF Racing, PFV, Damuso, Dad and Son, Red Racing, Young and Wild make their final pit stops? Only then will we see how far up the order PSA, Young and Wild are in the pits now. So the first of our top 5 runners on track and now making their final pit stop. Kart 35, Young and Wild in the pits. Vika Schlitz heads up towards turn number 4 for the 549th time. The 550th time, rather. "34 minutes remaining." There is Young and Wild in the pit lane. Out they go. They are going to drop from 5th, possibly out of the top 10. Up in the 5th place now come PSNA Avogados. 2 laps separate them from race leaders PF Racing. There are PF Racing. They've got one more pit stop remaining. Just 12 seconds in front of Aurelien Mallet for the PK16 racing team. That's the battle for second place amongst the teams that have made all 15 of their pit stops. Young and Wild drop out of the top 10. They're down to 11th at the moment. And they're going to be out 4th or 5th. Now Vika Schlitz pits. The race leader is in. Boris Bouvier follows Vika into pit lane. The top 2 teams are in the pit lane. Will Damuso, Dad and Son take the lead? They led. Let's have a little look. Kart 29 on my list. They led very briefly about 4-5 hours into this race. So the 2 leaders are making their final pit stop. Andrea Triscello, a 1 minute 10.563, continuing to put down his team's fastest laps of the race. There is Vika Schlitz in the pits. Boris Bouvier is in and out of the kart. PF Racing will get back onto the track about 10 to 12 seconds before PFV. Red Racing are making their final pit stop. PSNA Advogados are in 5th position. Now we're going to see how close they are to the race lead. PF Racing, PFV, PSNA Advogados, and then Aries Pro are in 6th position. But they're a minute and a half behind PSNA. So Aries Pro, there's Red Racing in the red race suit, jumping into his kart. Damuso, Dad and Son are still on circuit. They're not making their final pit stop just yet. They're going to have to very soon because the pit lane will close. Team 20 have been given a 1 lap penalty. That is Old Dark. So they've made a 1 second error on their pit stop. They've been given a 1 lap penalty for the troubles. I'm just going to look down to see what teams we've had about. Well, we'll get back to that later. So hang on a second. There we go. Another lead change. Andrea Triscello takes the lead of the race. That puts the lead change up to 25. He will be pitting very, very soon. PSNA Advocados are now 4th. And back onto the track comes Dennis Holler for PF Racing, Fabio Torri for PFV, and Duarto Lopez for the PSNA team. The gap between the top 3 is Damuso, dad and son in the pits. They will drop out. So, for the final 29 minutes, PF Racing will hold a 12-second lead over PFV. And I've got to say, I'm quite surprised at this. Duarto Lopez and the PSNA team, they will be over half a minute back in 3rd position. New leaders, PF Racing. Lead change number 26. PFV now run 11 seconds behind them, but they're traveling quicker than the race leaders. PSNA Avocados will move up into 3rd position. Soon the timing will adjust itself. There they go. They're 36 seconds behind PF Racing with 28 minutes of racing to go. And they've just done a 1 minute 10.92 lap. That is 1.6 seconds quicker than the race leaders. If they keep that up, they'll be in with a shout of victory. Alexis Bocoy for Iris Pro, the pole sitting team. They move up into 4th place. But they are a lap down. So, PF Racing, an 1 minute 11.7, 11.9 seconds in front of PFV. Taking it to Dennis Holler. It's going to be Dennis Holler versus Fabio Torri versus Duarte Lopez, the top 3. 36 seconds covers the top 3. Damuso, dad and son drop back to 6th. And now, just like that, all 44 teams have made their 15 mandatory pit stops. 27 minutes of racing to go. We look at PFV, the 2nd place team on your screens. I will now take you through the full running order. Leading the way, PF Racing. In cart 36, cart 18 runs 2nd. PFV, the gap 11.4 seconds. Duarto Lopez for the PSNA team. In cart number 28, 3rd, 36 seconds off the lead. 1 lap down in 4th is Iris Pro. 12 seconds in front of PK16 Racing and 41 seconds in front of Damuso, dad and son, who are just 3 seconds in front of the Croatia Racing team running in 7th. 4 seconds behind them is Red Racing running in 8th position. And then another 10 seconds back from them is the number 33 Team Kart Holovitlik. 10th is the Joker team. 2 laps down. They're 21 seconds in front of Young and Wild, up into 11th place. Then it's Puissance Kart 1, followed by Euro Racing in 13th. The top 1 karting team are 14th. 3 laps down, Hammer Time are 15th. 16th is the Croatia Endurance team, and in 17th position, kart number 10, Red Racing Spirit. Team Atlas are in 18th position, with karting team Atomic right behind them in 19th, and Hoonigan Racing 4 laps down in 20th. 21st are Sun Life Racing, then it's Play Kart, Bardor Racing, Need for Speed ASS Racing, and KKWCS. Papa Samurai run 26th, followed by team number 40, the Demuso Racing team. Old Dark are down to 28th. The Masters team are 29th, and Grip Kart complete the top 30. A Newbie Racing are 31st, followed by Burrow 11 Need for Speed. Playkart CME and the warm-up racing team. The top 35 are rounded out by the Presretaci, the Croatian Interceptors. In 36th position is kart number 23, the Cafe Racing team, with Lecluse Automobiles in 37th, Oakley Racing in 38th, and Kurvenfresser in 39th. MLB go-kart team round out the top 40. Track Limits are 41st, Blitz Racing are 42nd, the Racing Girls are 43rd, and Bushiri Top Gun Racing are 44th. But it is a battle between Dennis Holler in the PF Racing team and Fabio Torre for PFV. 11 seconds separate them. PFV are going a couple of tenths a lap quicker. There they are on your screens. 24 minutes to go. So, PF Racing made the 26th lead change of this race. Will it be the final lead change? 3 karts on the lead lap. The top 9 teams separated by less than 2 laps. This is lap 558 of a 12-hour endurance race. 8 teams have led. It has been an absolutely thrilling event. And the strategy only played out in the final 30 minutes. There is Fabio Torre. He's 11.2 seconds behind and 24 seconds in front of PS&A. Out of turn number 12. Watching the second place driver. Let's have a look at the lap times. PF Racing have just done a lap of 1 minute 11.4. PFV are quicker by 0.4 of a second. The gap is now 10.7 seconds. 22 minutes to go. There is a look at the start line gantry. This race will end. Our race leader, Dennis Holler, is there's the third place kart on our screens. That's PS&A. And they are also going quicker than the race leader. The top 3 now separated by 34 seconds. .21 minutes left to go. Bouvier Torri crosses the start-finish line. 10.5 seconds, the gap. PSNA now just 34 seconds down. The tension continues to mount. Officials begin to gather at the base of the start-finish line. Sodi Kart President Bertrand Pignolet holds the checkered flag. Race Director Manuel Branco stands alongside. Circuit owner Simon, members of the Slovakian Karting Federation, also here. We wait for kart number 36 to cross the start-finish line. There goes the race leader into turn number 1. Lap time, 1 minute 11.5. There goes the second place kart across the start-finish line. Lap time, 1 minute 11.0. Another half a second is gained by PFV. The gap 10.0 seconds, 19 minutes remaining. PS and A are now just 33 seconds behind, but they will now need a miracle. It's all about these top 3 teams. Isiri Pro, kart number 7 for Switzerland. They run in 4th place, 1 lap down. PK16 Racing are 12 seconds behind them in 5th position. Croatia Racing 1/6. Then it is Damuso, Dad and Son. There's a good battle going on between Croatia Racing and Damuso, Dad and Son, and also Red Racing, 6th, 7th and 8th places, separated by just 5 seconds. Normally, we would be, there goes the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th across the line. The leader, the 3rd place team, starts another lap, 1 minute 10.9 for Duarte Lopez. Now within 3 seconds, the lead gap is down to 9 seconds. 1 minute 11.0 for PFV. They're gaining 0.4 of a second every single lap on the race leaders. Seventeen and a half minutes to go. There is your leader going through turn number 1 on the screens. What is Dennis Holler going to be thinking? We spoke to Dennis earlier on. That is Team Kart Holler Vitlik on your screens. There is Dennis Holler. We spoke to him earlier on. He is now tasked with bringing that car home to victory. But Fabio Torri for PFV is closing in 2nd place. That is one of the play kart teams. We look at the lap times again. The fastest kart of the top 3 is the kart in 3rd position. PS and A, now just 32 seconds behind the race leader. 16 and a half minutes to go. Cross the line. Try and find the leaders. PFV now just 8.9 seconds behind. There's your leader. Going up towards turn number 3. Out of turn number 3. 16 minutes to go. He's losing 0.4 of a second a lap to PFV. This is game on at the end of 12 hours. The tension is really, really beginning to mount. 32 seconds covers the top 3 teams. PS and A, a 1 minute 11.0, a 1 minute 10.9 for Fabio Torri and PFV in kart number 18 in second place. And PF Racing, they come across the line. Now 1 minute 11.4 for the race leader. Here he is into turn number 1. Second place is Fabio Torri. Now just 8.5 seconds down. It's another 0.4 of a second for Torri. It's going to come down to lapped traffic. Who, after nearly 12 hours of racing, can navigate? There's the leader, Dennis Holler, on your screens. "32 seconds separates the top 3. Looking at some of the lower ranking karts. That's kart number 7. I think that is the number 7 team. They are, well, they're not that low down. That's a 4th place team. That is Isri Pro, or Iris Pro, 1 lap down, and 11 seconds are in a PKC Racing. Still a great battle between Croatia Racing in 5th, Demuso Dad and Son in 6th, and Red Racing in 7th. The leader on your screens now, Dennis Holler, PF Racing. Through turn number 4. And the turn 5 kink. Down the back straight he goes. 3 karts between him, and do you know what? He's picked up his pace ever so slightly. Now doing 1:11.3s. PFV a 1:11.0. Last time around the gap, 8.2 seconds. 13 minutes to go. Holler comes into turn 14. Kart number 36 crosses the line. Heads down towards turn number 1. And the next kart, you can see there's 3 karts together behind the race leader. And then you have the second place kart of Fabio Torri. He's now 8 seconds behind. And 0.2 of a second gained. But he does have 3 karts to pass before he can see. But look at that, the leader's got a train of 4 karts in front of him. 12 minutes to go. Lapped traffic is going to be a factor. PS and A are now within 31 seconds of the race leader, but they will probably stay in 3rd position. But we do not know, with 11 minutes and 55 seconds of this 12-hour endurance race to go, we do not know who will win. Is it going to be this driver on your screens, Dennis Holler and the PF Racing team from Germany, or will it be Italy's PFV team? There's there are the 3 slower karts, and wait. Their line now is Fabio Torri for PFV. The gap is 7.6 seconds, a 1 minute 10.9 for Torri. 11 minutes to go through turn number 4. Those 4 karts just in front of the race leader are looming ever larger. He goes around turn number 6, into the left-hand kick at turn 7, accelerate through turn number 8, now flat out through turn number 9, into the first part of the Simon S's, turn 10 and 11. He's got about 20 kart lengths before he reaches lap traffic through turn 12. Duarte Lopez has just set PS&A team's fastest lap of the entire race, a 1 minute 10.792. There's your leader. There's the train of 3 slower karts, and still just coming into view there, you saw Fabio Torre. The gap is now 7.2, a 1:11.0 for Torre against a 1:11.4 for Holler. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes, that's going to be about 8-9 laps. Torre's going to have to start taking 4 to 5 tenths of a second every lap out of the race leader. I have been very, very lucky to commentate on a whole host of endurance racing. I've been part of endurance racing, raced 24-hour races, raced 6 hours, 12 hours, commentated on 24-hour races, 12-hour races. I have never commentated on a 12-hour endurance that has been this close, this intense, this open, this even, and this exciting. There is your leader through turn number 1 again. His last lap time, a 1:11.3. Oh, Fabio Torre only gained 2 tenths of a second on that lap. The race lead is now 7 seconds. PS&A are 30 seconds further back. Holler is just about doing enough because Fabio Torre is going to catch the 3 karts in between him and the race leader. However, here is the first of the lapped traffic that our race leader's got to get through into turn number 9. The first of the lapped karts. Can't see the numbers. It doesn't matter who they are. They're not contending for the win. And the driver chasing them is 8 minutes away from a famous victory. It's the number 42 team, MLB Racing, who are the first karts, the Hungarian team. And Trolley just coming on to start finish straight now and he's now 6.7 seconds back. What must Dennis Holler be thinking? He will have his radio on. His team manager will be communicating with him. Into turn number 4 they go. Will MLB Racing get out of the way? Half of Germany are screaming at PF Racing, saying, get out of the way. Schnell, schnell, move, move. Jawohl, jawohl, go, go. MLB Racing don't understand that they are part of something much bigger. Into turn number 12, the gap is 6.7 seconds. Yet again, Fabio Torre took another 3 tenths out of Holler's lead. But he's going to catch traffic. He's got 3 karts to get past. Every kart that Holler passes is a bit more of a breathing space. .4 seconds is the gap now. And still Holler hasn't been able to get past the slower traffic. Teams tend to put their strongest drivers out for the final stint. So every driver on track is going to be a quick driver. There are 5 karts that Holler's going to get through in the next 6 minutes. If he can get past these 5 karts, he should win this race. The gap is 6.4 seconds. PS&A are less than 29 seconds down. Further back, Red Racing have passed Damuso Dad and Son for 7th position. And they are 6 seconds behind Croatia Racing, who run 6th. PK Racing are 5th, and 4th are Iris Pro. Almost every single one of these teams will have their fastest drivers out there on track at the moment. The gap is 6.1 seconds. 5 minutes to go. Still, Holler can't get past the drivers in front of him. There's a whole line of 5 carts that Holler has to get past. But luckily for him, or significantly as far as the race is concerned, Fabio Torri has not been able to catch and pass the 3 drivers directly behind Holler. So he hasn't got that visual aid, that visual stimulation that he's going to need. He's going to have to dig very deep. He's going to have to dig the deepest hole he's ever dug, and he's going to push through it. Is Fabio Troller. Fabio Torri round. The gap 6.1 seconds. Here we go across the start-finish line now. Into turn number 1, 4.5 minutes to go. The gap is 5.7 seconds. I think Dennis Holler is probably backing off a little bit. 111.4, 110.9 for PFV. Holler's probably thinking, okay, I've got 5 seconds, 4 minutes. I don't need to get involved in an incident or an accident. I can just sit here. The problem you have by sitting here is that what happens if there's a spin in front of you? These 5 carts that are in front in their own race, I'm not sure who they are. It doesn't matter who they are. But they are allowing the 3 carts following to close in. So Dennis Holler is going to be in the absolute worst possible position, sandwiched in the middle of a group of slower carts. Second place PFV crossed the line at 110.9. The gap comes down by half a second. It's 5.2 seconds between cart number 36 and cart number 18. Oh, this is taking absolute nerves of steel for Dennis Holler. Absolute nerves and something else made of steel as well. Now the one team gets out of his way. He says thank you. He's got 4 carts between himself and Fabio Torri. The other cart getting out of the way again. Smart driving. There are now 4 carts between Holler and Torri. And just 2 minutes to go. We enter the 576th lap. Possibly just 2 to go. The gap is 4.8 seconds. Fabio Torri is going to be doing everything he can. He's going to be reaching into the very depths of his driving talent to rag the you-know-whatsits off that go-kart. But I don't think it's going to be enough. 4.8 seconds, 90 seconds to go. Holler comes into turn number 6. He's got a whole stack of carts ganging up right behind him. They won't know, those drivers won't know it's the race leader, and they won't know the gravity of the situation. Oh my word, Holler's being overtaken. Holler's been overtaken by one of the lapped carts. I've got to say, let them go. You've got a minute left. He's getting out of the way. He doesn't want to be bashed about or get involved in any sort of contact. The second place cart comes across the start finish line now. The gap is 3.8 seconds. 45 seconds to go. This should be the final lap. Has Dennis Holler done enough? 30 seconds to go. EFV are just 3 seconds behind him. But he looks over. He sees the checkered flag being prepared. PF Racing coming to turn number 6. Dennis Holler has absolute nerves of steel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 12 hours are up. Fabio Torri has given it everything. But there are just 2 corners to go. PF Racing from Germany. And Dennis Holler will take the checkered flag. Pignolet has it. There is the checkered flag. Fireworks go off. Fabio Torri takes second. Just 2.4 seconds separate the top 2. We wait for PS&A to cross the start-finish line and finish in 3rd position. The fireworks go off, but I have to say the fireworks were on the track today and tonight. PS&A for Portugal finished 3rd. Iris Pro will finish 4th for Switzerland. France's PK16 Racing will finish 6th. Spain's Creatia Racing will take 7th. Red Racing for Italy will come home in 8th. 9th will be Team Kart Holler, 8th will be Damuso Darensung. Team Kart Holler Wittlich will finish in 9th place. Joker Team are 10th. Young and Wild from 38th at the halfway point to, and there are your top 3 finishers from 38th to 11th in the second half of the race for Young and Wild. Puissance Kart are 12th. Euro Racing are 13th. The top 1 karting team are 14th. There are the celebrations, but the main celebrations belong to Christian Duvan, Nicholas Kruger, Vika Schlitz, and Dennis Holler. Just think back. Vika Schlitz overturned a 20-second deficit to pass PFV and Boris Bouvier about halfway through this race, and he ended up winning by 2.4 seconds. All 44 karts finished this race within 16 laps of the race leaders. 4 karts on the lead lap. Riz Pro unlapped themselves at the end. There is Dennis Holler. What must that young driver be going through? He goes back to pit lane. Does he go back? He will stop on the start-finish line. He has soaked up the applause from his rivals. He passes the grandstand. More applause. PF Racing. Well, Cool Runners Kart Center in Germany have a Sodi World Series International Final champion team. And it came down to just 2.4 seconds after 577 laps of racing. The karts come into the pit lane now. The full results of this race will be on the Sodi World Series website. Dennis Holler is greeted by his team. There they are, the 4 victorious drivers. The kart is trying to escape. One of the Sodi kart officials realized, okay, Holler, Kruger, Schmitz, Schlitz, and Duvan celebrate. There's the team manager with a headset. There will be some big German tears down there on the circuit. Dennis Holler, we interviewed Dennis Holler's mate halfway through this race. Then we interviewed Dennis himself. Bertrand Pignolet with the Sodi kart shakes hands with his championship winning team. Bertrand Pignolet is the man behind Sodi kart. He's not the only man behind Sodi kart, but he is the head of Sodi kart. There are so many officials here that are doing it. There, more warm congratulations. Manuel Branco there, the race director who's overseen every single lap of racing. And there are the Germans. There in the black and white cap, that's Dennis's mate, who come along to watch his mate race, and lo and behold, he's won. Let's take a breather as we watch the scenes at the end of that endurance race. Bertrand Pignolet has that. Now we are not going to be able to bring you the podium celebration. I just wonder, while we focus on that, if there's any time left at all, how easy is it to get up on the spectator balcony for a quick interview, possibly with one of our champions? Let's have a look. You'll be watching the screens. I can see down there. Let's try and get a driver up here. Hang on a second. We'll try and get one quick interview before we break the transmission. Let's see what we can do. The scenes are down there on the circuit. I'm out on the balcony. If we get him up here. Let's come up, Dennis. Let's see what we can do. He's only just driven a kart there. We'll try and get somebody from the team to come up and have a quick chat. We've got the spectator area. He's going to take his time. We'll try and get a word with him as he comes up there. We've got Sodi kart officials, but I think Dennis is going to come our way. I think we're going to manage to get a win, a word possibly. They will show you the full results on the screen very shortly. So there is a look. We've got carts going around there. Viewers at home, there is a look at the final classification. Don't go away. We'll try and close this out with a word from the winning team. He's coming up the stairs now. I'll get myself in position in front of the camera, and we'll see if we can get a word with our winner. So you look at the results. Let's see if we can get an interview with the winner. Not quite sure if he's going to go back to the pit lane. In fact, he's wandering back to pit lane. Maybe we won't get a chance to speak to the winner just yet. He's done an awful, so it would be understandable if he can't make it out there. But regardless of that, I'm sure if you look at all the Sodi kart social media posts in the next day or so, you will be able to catch up with that. Did try, but wasn't part of the plan. Thought we might be able to. There is a full rundown of the race results. So we are. So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly on motorsport.tv, under a beautiful moonlit sky here in Slovakia, this has been a WFR Live TV production brought to you on motorsport.tv of the Sodi World Series International Final 12-hour endurance race. PF Racing have won, and it just leaves me to say a huge thank you to everybody watching back home for joining us. Thank you very much for viewing. We will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we decide the sprint finals, the individual champions of the Sodi World Series finals. Thank you for watching. Good night.